god.
You good?
No, he messed with my pizza.
Oh no! What'd he do?
The top was like squished a bit.
Motherfucker.
It happens. Whatever. I'm not too annoyed at it anyway. Alright, so, well, the stream is live. We just need the brackets.
Oh yeah, sweet, it's live. Alright, I'll tell William that we need the brackets.
Well, welcome everybody. We are just waiting on the brackets to get set up, and then we will start the tournament stream at any given time. It is now 7 o'clock Eastern Time. This is Sado speaking here, and with me is Jupiter.
Jupiter. Hello.
Yes.
The space age is real.
So
just a little pre-game thoughts. What do you think we're gonna see with this new Juggernaut patch? Most of the bands will be around just the Juggernauts, or more focused?
well, from everything that I've been seeing, Darius has basically been the major picker band. Skarner has been falling more and more out of the meta, but where he's been falling out, Fiora has been picking up a lot of steam. Especially with the recent appearances in Worlds, we're probably going to be seeing Riven, Olaf. We could be seeing Rivens, Olafs, even some Hekarims as well. Rumble is always a very highly contested pick in team play, I know, just because his equalizer always does just that. Equalizes a match.
Yeah, it's a great team fighting tool. Definitely thinking we'll be seeing a lot of Elise. If we see Darius, I'm expecting us to see a lot of Gnar if they're not going to try and ban it.
Well, on the other hand, if we do see some Gnar, then we're probably also going to be seeing some Yasuo.
Yeah.
As far as AD carries, it's probably just going to be the usual standard type things between a Kalista, a Vayne, a Tristana, maybe a couple of Kog'Maws if they go for Juggernaut comps.
Yeah, Juggernaut comps are kind of hard to pull off though, because it's a lot of peel needed for the AD carry, which I guess in amateur teams you could probably see that concentration come down.
Yeah. Not to mention, I mean, especially with all of the focus on the Juggernaut bans, that then there's a lot of bans like Morgana and Lulu sometimes that are just completely forgotten about. And I know Morgana's huge because of her black shield. Lulu top's very good just because of her ultimate and her shield, as well as like an Orianna pick. I know we just saw essentially a Juggernaut comp come from, I believe it was LGD earlier today at Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
So. Who knows what the future holds? They could be going for the CLG team fight comp that has been prominent a couple of times with an Ashe AD carry. She's been very big recently as well.
Yeah, Ashe is pretty strong. She's always been really strong. Especially when they first reworked her and made her destroy turrets just so quickly.
Well, she still can destroy turrets very quickly because her Q still gives the attack speed buff, but it just doesn't give the flurry buff. So, what are your thoughts for major mid lane picks?
Mid lane picks. um, for amateur teams, I think we might see LeBlanc, just because she's a really. It really depends on the team's play style, I guess. If you want someone that can really just carry, I'd say LeBlanc just because of how easily she can delete squishies. Um, Possibly Diana.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of Diana myself lately. Um, Again, Yasuo just in
Yeah,
any
so it's,
case, Yasuo is big. Um, there
oh
could be a
yeah,
couple of Vigors too.
Vigar has been really escalating up on the tier class.
Yeah, it's due to his most recent buff with his Q, which gives him 5 stacks from a kill or assist of any type now, as opposed to just 5 stacks per kill
Yeah,
with any of his abilities, which just really skyrockets his AP gain so much more. It might even be support Viger that might be coming out a couple of times because his event horizon is just so huge.
definitely. Yeah, he scales really heavily into the late game now.
Hmm.
And we do have some of the brackets. Yeah, all the brackets for the first round.
All right.
Or for the second round. No. Yeah.
Let's see here. Excuse me.
All right. So now we have to set it all up.
Yep. All right. Now we are in a lobby, just waiting for the other team to join.
And let's see.
Actually, I believe we're still in round one. We're just waiting for the secondary teams.
Yeah, I had realized my mistake. Two teams will be for the first round of this: Affinity Esports and Blood Trap Gods, if I'm correct.
Yes. And it looks like Affinity Esports is going to be on the blue side.
Um,
I just hope I don't get ganked by a dog in about, 20 minutes or so.
We need to get the other team in here.
It doesn't look like any of them even checked in. Oh no, that's just no profile stuff. Well, there he is. He just added me. Give me invite powers real quick so I can just invite him in here. There you go.
There it is.
And don't ask me to middleman for any other type of addictions, guys. I'll do it this one time. I have no idea what's up with the spazzing mouse. Let me try and fix that real quick. There. Spazzing mouse is gone. It'll come back eventually, but not right now.
Just a whole let it be.
Yes. It is on OBS, and game capture sometimes doesn't exactly work, but I'll try remaking it. It's probably just according to the window size on it. Thank you. I'll try remaking or making a game capture for it right now. There you go. Yeah, that's probably what it was. It just wasn't sized fully or properly. All right, it looks like the game is about ready to start. Go into champion select.
Nobody's rocking the CLG image.
Now I have to reposition the scene for the champ select all over again. Shouldn't be
Oh, holy cow.
too difficult. There
Right
we are.
off the bat, we have a Darius ban.
Right off the bat. And then there's the Fiora ban.
So with the Darius ban and the Fiora ban, who do you think are some really viable top laners then?
Well, there's quite a few of them. There's Gangplank, there's a Skarner ban. There's Gangplank, there's Hecarim, Riven, Irelia.
Garen.
And Garen's still open out there right now too. You still could go back and go for a Lissandra top as well. Or even Kennen.
Kennen's been pretty good. We saw Malphite in the Worlds today, so we might even see some of that come back to popularity.
Yep, this is true. Or even to try and counter full APs, can go with a Galio top too as well.
The coveted Galio top.
Annie and Blitzcrank also added to that ban list, as well as the Mordekaiser. So Garen is open.
So Blitzcrank is definitely a targeted ban.
Well, it could be a targeted ban. It could also just be that their bot lane doesn't really enjoy dealing with the Blitzcrank. At the same exact time, the bot lane might not really enjoy dealing with Annie. I know personally I don't enjoy dealing with Annie.
Yeah, any support's just the worst.
Yep. But the Elise did come out like you were saying.
She's a really strong jungler, so it's not too surprising. She has really great early game and late.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Miro is hovering over that thresh pick right now.
So yeah, it's a really good pick. It doesn't really tell too much about what AD carry they're gonna use for the bot lane.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the Rise Lock, which is really bold pick, considering his nerfs in the past few patches.
Well, he still is very, very strong, considering, like, with the Juggernauts especially, and it could be a precaution against the Garen, or it could even just be a Rise mid for an unexpected pick.
It could be Rise mid. I just think in general it's a really bold pick, but it's definitely still an option.
And Jarvan picked up.
So that Jarvan's most likely going to go top lane unless...
It could be an Elise top as well, which Elise top does very well against a lot of tanky top laners.
Yeah, you don't see it too often, I feel, anymore, but it's definitely still an option.
Yeah. Who knows, it might even be a Jarvan mid. Full AD Jarvan mid just to blow up a single person.
That's definitely a lot more reasonable. Not reasonable, but definitely something to look for. And all this time, the blue team also hasn't showed what their AD carry is going to be, so I feel like they're definitely wanting that to be a counter pick, just to make sure that their bot lane's strong.
Yeah, they might be wanting to set it up for a counter pick, or they might be trying to go for a hyper carry, just not deciding between a Kog'Maw, Vayne, or a Tristana. Just they wanted to figure out what the other guys have first to see how mobile they needed to be, or how far back they did.
And we see the Ahri and the Vayne lock in, which does mean that this Rise is going top lane.
Yes, that is definitely. I mean, it's most assuredly a top lane Rise, and Vayne AD carry against that type of a team. You know, she's going to have a difficult time trying to out-kite both Jarvan and Elise, but it is workable. The
Well,
Jarvan specifically.
Well, kind of, but in a way, because Jarvan, the one thing I like about Jarvan against a Vayne or any summoner or champion against Vayne is champions who are trying to lock down Vayne with point and click, because then she can't tumble out of your CC.
Hmm.
So, for instance, Ashe, her ult's really great, but once you get Vayne to tumble out of the way, she can, at higher elos, just evade the arrow completely. Which is
Yes.
where I like Nautilus support to come in.
Yes, that is very true. And then the Viger coming in as well. Looks like it's going to be a Viger mid,
Definitely.
which could be very it could be very good, especially against this team. Viger, I know specifically, all he needs to do is just play back against the Ari, and he can just power through it and keep farming up. And it'll set up a play if Vayne gets stuck in that cage of Vigers, that event horizon, then
Yeah,
it should be a clear shot for Jarvan to make the circle even smaller just by ulting.
definitely. And then Morgana could stack onto the CC as well.
Yes.
And the reason I really like Vigar as well is because it matches really well against Ryze, who will also be building AD. And a quick side note, I really like how Blue Team is in LCS order. Makes that just so much easier.
Yes. That it does.
Instant bias for them now.
Well, it seems that you were right. It is going to be a Jarvan top. And go ahead and get rid of the summoner spells. And of course, forgot I need to move this one over too. There we are. So it is a Jarvan top versus the Rise. It is a Pantheon
Pantheon jungle.
jungle.
Wow.
Pantheon jungle, which still has a lot of sustain because of his block mechanic and the way it works.
Yeah, that's fair. I had misjudged that. I was thinking that it's gonna be rough. His ult's really good. It's really slow, but it's still something that can zone really, really efficiently.
Yes.
All
But
in
at
all,
the
though,
same exact time, he could do something very unexpected, whereas he can go and do a lane gank bot lane for red side, and then walk a little into his jungle and instantly jump to mid.
yeah,
So
that's
it
true.
gives him a lot of mobility. The only thing is, though, if his ganks aren't really successful, then he's going to fall really far behind the Elise, who has not only much more sustain, but is a hard farming type jungler.
Yeah, elite. Yeah. Honestly, I feel the bot lane might not have to worry too much about Elise since they have Tumble and they have Thresh, so it's a lot not easier, but they have more escapes to avoid Elise. Whereas top lane Rise, he has escapes, but he's still kind of slow of a champion, especially if Jarvan ults him.
Yes, I agree with that as well. It seems that Arya has opted to pick up the barrier summoner spell, whereas Viger took teleport, which is kind of expected of Viger. He wants to get back to lane as soon and as much as possible, so he could just keep farming.
And I think for Ari, I'd rather see her bring cleanse against the Vigar because there is CC and there's an Elise here too, so that's even more CC and there's a Morgana. So the barrier would give her survivability in lane, but I feel like the cleanse would give her just more chances to get out of CC.
Yeah, I could see that, but it might also just be the fact that Ari just has so much more mobility over their team that it's a lot easier for her to avoid the CC, even though they have, let's see, a Morgana snare that's one, and the knockup from Jarvan's two, the stun from Elise is three, stun from
Jinx,
Viger,
or not a stun, but Jinx also has her
another root.
traps.
Yeah, there's five major forms of CC that I mean she can dodge using her R, a flash, or Q. I mean she has one for each. So
Yeah, This is definitely also scary for the Vayne to carry.
Yes. And I think the hardest time that they're going to have is being able to lock down that Jinx.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with Veigar, there's Veigar and Jinx will scale really well into the late game.
Yes. Yeah, the only major problem, I mean, like both teams have very good scaling, but the problem with the scaling on the Rise is the fact that the Rise gets completely countered by the Viger, in essence.
Yeah, Ryze is gonna scale really well into late game, but that's just gonna make Veigar stronger, especially against a dual AP team comp.
And I'm trying to determine what the issues are. There we are. Sorry about that. I one of the captures was not responding properly.
Rip and Pep.
There we are. And we are now in game. On the blue side and on the red side, the game has just begun. So.
How's it? Oh no, I'm in the classic trapped at loading screen. Oh no.
Oh no. Do you think we will see any type of a lane swap in any of these situations?
Well, I don't know how comfortable M is against Jarvan, so for now, I'm gonna go ahead and say that we won't see a lane swap, unless Vayne doesn't really want to go against Jinx or vice versa. So for all intents and purposes, I think we will see standard lanes, especially just because amateur teams don't use the lane swap as much as it could or as beneficial. So.
Yep, and it sure does look like it is going to be standard lanes. Each team is setting up to take each of their own camps. The only reason I mention that is because both Rise and Vayne have a very easy time against Jarvan, who is a melee. Vayne specifically, if Jarvan just wants to jump in or ult, she could just condemn him mid-ult and he'll get pinned against his Colosseum.
Yeah.
But Rise, on the other hand, has a much easier time dealing in a 2v1 than Jarvan does as well. So it's the only reason why I was thinking of it.
We could just use the swag flag for long range farming, but still, it's rough.
And still on quite a bit of a cooldown, and spamming it will use up a very good portion of his mana.
Here we go. I'm in game now. Oh wow, yeah, speaking of which, Jarvan. Oh, I see. They're going for the double jungle, which is actually really nice to see. What are your thoughts on that?
I think they're trying to do the double jungle to set it up so the tower is pushing a lot easier. I mean, it's a very good decision, but Jarvan is tanking quite a bit of it, it seems like. So he will just barely hit level 2, and red side might be trying to go for a dragon early as a result, because he will burn his TP in order to get back to top. So they might try and do a 4v3 or 4v2 at bot lane and get an early dragon as a result.
Yeah. Right now, standard lanes. For all the double jungle too, Ryze didn't get too ahead of CS on Jarvan, so they balanced out the double jungle really well. And Jarvan does get a little bit of knockup, kind of just showing Ryze what's up.
Well, the thing is, I think it was kind of good because Rise doesn't have too much early wave clear.
A fair amount of damage being traded onto this Rise right now. He's going to have to be careful. Roots Jarvan just to escape. Force the flash. Against an Elise jungle, that's a really important summoner that you don't want to have to waste.
And it seems like he's being forced back right away.
Definitely. And there's the flag. Hey. But definitely, this is a rough lane for Rise.
What might have helped Rise out actually a bit was to start the Flaskin pots, which has been more and more common in a top lane matchup.
Definitely. Here comes Elisa for this gank. They're going to try and use some CC onto Ari. She is stunned up right now. Vigar is trying to throw out some damage. She's forced to flash. Charm does miss. And that exactly right there in that gank is exactly why I wanted RA to bring out Cleanse instead of Barrier. Because, yes, the Barrier did save her life, but I feel like the Cleanse could have done more. What do you think?
Honestly, I think she was a little zealous there and wasting her flash like that.
Elise gets caught out a little bit. She is forced to go down health, and Pantheon Sustain does do a lot. She repels, not over the wall. She's forced to flash. Pantheon does find her, though. And Vigar tries to save. Pantheon gets first blood onto Vigar, trying to avenge his fallen jungler, but he's caught out right now. Ari trying to clean kill for herself. And honestly, the repel couldn't save her life.
By the looks of it, Vigar just barely got out, but I think she was trying to repel to stall for time for Vigar to get there, but Vigar just ended up getting cut off by Ari.
Mm-hmm.
But personally, like I was saying before, I don't think Ari needed to have burned her flash. She might have lost a little bit more health, but especially if she had her charm coming up like that, Elise might have dove and she might have just been able to take her out right then and there.
That's fair. Fallen's pretty even up right now. So what lane are you kind of looking forward to seeing kind of carry either team?
Well, through the mid game, it's mostly going to be a top lane. It's going to be the Jarvan that should be carrying through the mid game because he gets a damage spike a little sooner and then he just goes for tankiness from then on. On the red side, however, I believe Ari should because after she gets her first item, she's really strong.
What trades going on along the map? Pantheon did try to gank bot lane, by the way. He did get caught out by the ward, so he couldn't even go mid because it was just too low.
Yeah. Looks like Elise is moving in as well.
She does get set up by the sun. That's a lot of CC that's getting stacked onto her, and the ult from Vigar, I believe, does get the kill onto Ari.
Yes. And the ult finished her off, and that's the biggest problem about Vigar, especially against each of these teams, is they have a double AP on red side, and Vigar's just like, okay, I will use whatever advantage you have and use it to mine.
Yeah, Primordial Burst just scales so heavily off of his opponent's AP.
Yeah, he has, that's the major thing about Vigar right now.
Flash play from Thresh does miss. Jinx puts out the traps, and that's going to be a failed attempt at a gank for red team.
Looks like Neko just tried and pulled the next special.
Yeah. Pantheon wasn't on board, though, because Thresh did try a lantern.
I think, Pantheon wasn't able to click the lantern in time, and it disappeared right when after Thresh flashed, so he wasn't able to come in.
Right.
I do have to say the blue side is zoning a lot more on freezing the lane.
Definitely, which I really like to see. Top lane, though. Jarvan is 30 CS up on good old Rise.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised. I mean, Rise went for the tier first, which is understandable.
Zap does not quite enough damage, but still, it's there nonetheless. Ari is getting pinged out, and they're going to know that they're trading blue. Super Mega Death Rocket messes Thresh, which would have gotten Jinx to reset to perhaps even go for Vayne.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to set up for a position to either get Vision over Dragon or just move even for a dive on mid again.
Yeah, and Pantheon is still hugging bot lane.
At least finding that pink ward.
Jarvan's in and does already burst his rise down to 30%, 40%. Ults Jarvan, he has to flash out of it. Jarvan flashes, gets him with it. Morgana does find her ult onto Pantheon. He's forced. That's going to be a kill for Jinx. She gets a reset. That's going to be a possible double kill for the Jinx. If Vayne does not show behind, that's a double kill for Jinx. And she heals, puts down. This should be a clean escape. So all in all, 3 kills for blue team.
Yeah, if Vayne would have committed a little sooner, I think she might have been able to come away with the kill there.
Definitely.
But because she took a little long and was a little hesitant to commit, she wasn't able to land that condemn.
Definitely. And we saw top lane, even though Jarvan used a Cataclysm and Ryze tried to flash it wasn't enough, which is definitely showing who's the dominant laner.
Well, Ryze really needs at least his Rod of Ages in order to be really, really well, so he's very, very behind. Meanwhile, Jarvan just has armor penetration on his Q, which ends up doing a lot.
And the team mat will help.
Yeah. Might be going for a Titanic Hydra, or just going for the Ravenous Hydra for just the full-on damage.
Yeah. I think you should go for the Ravenous, just go for damage right now because he's not getting pushed too low on the health bar.
Well, yes. That's usually the choice most of the time is when you're ahead, just go for the damage. But you might also just need to go for the tankiness ahead of time. Although it wouldn't be very good to do against the Vayne, but it would give him some health, so he would not need to get as many health items.
Jarvan here uses Cataclysm. That's going to be right snared up on the CC's in to Royale. Zenitario does get another kill onto this Ryze.
Nice hook.
Does land, but good spell. Blind. And now Vayne's caught way out of position. That's going to be a reset for the Jinx. Yup. Jinx does get the reset. They're going to be putting their eyes onto Thresh. Puts down the hooks to try and reduce his escape path. And the zap gets Jinx a double kill. Meanwhile, we see top lane. Zenitario still trying to get more.
Yeah, he did just take the tower with the help of Elise, and it seemed like Pantheon was trying to contest it, but just unable to do anything.
Yeah. A lot of action right now for blue team. They're up 5K.
Oh. And
stunned up.
not
already to about 50%.
But that was the primordial burst, so it looks like yeah, that was Viger's ultimate used there. Not enough damage coming out, so he isn't able to kill her just yet.
Oh, but here comes Elise doing a really great gank from behind, and Dransko does get the kill onto Ahri. This is a really strong gank that most mid laners don't prepare for as much as they should.
Yeah, and she was low on mana. She shouldn't have stuck around. She was being a little greedy there for the minions.
Which further shows how far ahead Elise is in her jungle, just to go ahead and just take Pantheon's jungle as his own. But right now, Pantheon does catch out Elise. Elise doesn't land on the stun, so that's going to be a little stalemate. Pantheon trying to do damage, force a flash out of it. Repel does get it close to the Pantheon, and the stun will kill him. Another kill goes to the blue team.
Yeah, and even if you just look at it, look how much of a farm difference there is between Elise and Pantheon.
Morgana does get caught by the Thresher, but nothing big there.
Pantheon already has his Warrior's enchantment. Elise still hasn't gone back and finished her Cinderhulk, and yet Elise is almost doubling Pantheon's farm.
Yeah,
and
really what it comes down to is just Elise being very strong.
Yeah.
Great spell binding from there. Jinx gets another kill onto her. This is most definitely going to be her getting a double kill off the reset, and Jinx is going straight into the late game.
Yep, she's already got her Infinity Edge. She's 6 kills, almost 100 CS at 13 minutes. She's already hitting her major power spike and snowballing.
And here, Ari does get trapped in there, but not quite enough. At least tries to go for the flash stun. Not quite enough. Jarvan, though, again, hunting down this Ryze. Possibly uses the Cataclysm. There it is. And Ryze does try to put down some damage, to be fair. But Zenitario still gets out free. So what do you think this means for Red Team now that they're almost 10k down?
I mean, they really should just be trying to sit together, either let the Vayne split push alone or, you know, all 5-man and try and take a tower somewhere. They need to get objectives around the map to start getting their gold back. They are very, very far behind. Both of the major lanes to watch out for are snowballing. Viger just keeps stacking up more and more. And they need to get tanky on Pantheon. Ryze needs his Rod of Ages, but it seems like it's nowhere in sight.
Yeah, and Vigar's Baleful Strike has given him almost 70 extra AP right now. So things are definitely grim.
Yes. Looks like they're trying to force down mid with a 3-man mid. Meanwhile, Elise is going for Dragon.
She's just that ahead that she can solo it. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Thresh does spot it, but yeah, there's nothing they can do against it.
If anything, Thresh might just get caught here.
Yep, he's stuck to a corner. The binding does miss, but the web does land onto Thresh, and he just is going to be deleted. The kill goes over to Jinx, and goodbye, Thresh. The damage is just so insanely strong, and that wasn't even Primordial Burst or anything. It was just pure burst.
That was a crit from Jinx, double Qs from Elise. I mean, you gotta remember, Elise's Q does percent of current health damage.
Just gets deleted, and that could be a kill. Yep, for Zenitario.
Yeah. Elise just does percent of health damage, and then her W base damage, and then the execute on her Q again of percent health damage.
And Vigar, I don't know if he caught it, but he flashed, tried to catch Ari into the trap, but she flashed over it, and he still got down the Q on the Primordial Burst, already putting her to very, very low now. Ryze again getting caught in the Catam, so they forced to flash over it. Jarvan's still trying to get a kill, but no, they're going to back away. Or are they? Ryze is sticking around for too long. Dransco does get the kill onto Ryze. Morgana forcing Ari out of here. Red Team is just on the back foot. Pantheon ults in, but still to no avail. Again, jumping onto this Elise. He loses already half his health. Repels over to him. That should be a kill for Elise. And while we're there, Vigar got a kill onto Ari. Vayne trying to put work onto the Vigar right now. They both get caught into the traps. Vayne almost gets away, but that's a double kill.
Wow.
Still firing off rockets is absolutely necessary, but the web catches Thresh, and that's going to be the end of Thresh's life.
Yeah, so even though Vayne flashed, she still ended up getting stunned by that Morgana ultimate.
The Thresh?
No, the Vayne.
Oh,
when
the
she,
Vayne. Okay.
Yeah, she flashed to try and get the Vigar still.
Yeah. Really great chain CC, or just CC coming from here. And again, Ryze is just losing his life. Zenitario is unstoppable.
More ways than one.
Jinx doing a lot of damage right now. Zenitario, nope, doesn't get the double kill. Jinx claims Ari's life, gets the reset, already puts Vayne to less than 50% health.
That was one crit.
Misses, but still, yeah. Again, Jinx does get behind it, and they use the ward as a trap. Jinx is now legendary.
It just seems like it's going to be a very clean out game. It's a 15,000 gold deficit. There's not really anything that the red team can do anymore.
It's 22-1, Phoenix. It's downhill.
Yeah. I mean, their only hope now, I guess, would be for blue team to slip up and, you know, start just getting cocky. You know, do a Baron throw in a minute and a half, or just hand over free gold. Their AD carry doesn't even have a finished item yet. Rise doesn't have his Rod of Ages yet, which at this point it's...
Oh, Vayne gets caught up by the least. He does get his life saved. I lied. Transco does get the kill onto Vayne. Goes for a double kill, but does get a little peeled off.
So, what happened there is it looked like Elise was trying to Q onto Vayne right after she W'd. And Vayne condemned.
Dragon goes for a swag fire combo and uses the Cataclysm to clean up Rise.
Nah. Just too much damage coming out.
That's wrong. He's had the Hydra for a while now.
Yeah, he's got a BF sword now too. It looks like he's just going for a Bloodthirster, just all the damage.
Right now, oh, instant kill for Elise. Ari now caught up. Hydra's doing a lot of work onto her. Ari does use this Spirit Rush to try and get something down. Super Mega Death Rocket does get caught by Thresh. He's forced to go back to base right now. And right now it's just a matter of blue team cleaning up. Jinx gets the reset onto Ari. Simply on the auto attack, she's that strong.
She has a Trinity Force, which I think it's just because she's so ahead, it's not even making a difference.
She does have the Trinity Force. Right, already put down a high power. So much arresting flow right now. Vayne does kill Jinx, excuse me, and Veigar does get out of the kill. Sorry, excuse me. Jarvan tries to get something for his team, but he also gets a double kill. He will not be caught out today quite yet unless Thresh can land the Mad Life hook. Tries to bait out. Jarvan goes over the hook, gets a triple kill. Great outplay.
Although they got...
Successfully avenges his team.
But here comes Ari, looking to still chase him down. Or just grab the pink ward. But like I said, I mean, that was just a whole bunch of, it.
that fight definitely caught me out of surprise. That's why I kind of just wasn't off for a second. That was surprising. You know, even though they were stomped so low to the ground, they did get quite a couple kills. Riot got Veigar, but alas, that is the surrender vote.
Yep. 21 minutes and 7 seconds. Surrender vote coming out. Very, very dominating performance so far.
Definitely. It was a stomp. It was ridiculous to watch. Well, they both played pretty well, but Veigar and Jinx, it was a triple threat, really. All three lanes carried so hard.
All right, and that is it for the first game that we have here.
Yep. And we will shortly be back while we set up the next.
Wrong one. There we are. All right. Alright, so here we are in the lobby. And we're just waiting on somebody. They are relogging. They have a client bug.
All right, so now that Affinity Esports did win their game against Bloodshot Gods, they will be going against Icebreaker Sours. It is round 2. It is still a best of 1, but we will see some interesting play because Icebreaker Sours did win against Bias, so should be interesting.
Here we are.
And we're on Champ Select, boys and girls. Gangplank and Azir instantly banned Lulu. And second ban. These bans will go by really quick. They know who they want to ban from who.
It seems like each of the teams did their research already. Riven banned and Fiora.
Yeah. So that will deny the Riven that you were expecting to see.
Well, yeah. And then the Vayne banned for the last one.
Garen and Darius did make it through the ban phase.
And then there's the Thresh pickup right off the bat. It already seems like Icebreakers already have their full-on team comp predetermined of what they're going to do.
Yeah, that was a really fast pickup onto Thresh. And it doesn't give too much away for the bot lane or the whole team comp in general. And for Affinity, we do see slightly longer hovers. So what are you expecting to see from this next game? Do you think Affinity will still steamroll this, or do you think it might be a little bit more balanced now? Especially with that Darius and Elise jungle again.
The Elise jungle is something very big to see. I mean, Affinity had a very, very commanding game that last one. A lot of impact from the Elise, a lot of top lane pressure winning out. Based off of the Riven ban, I think they're going to be doing a lot of that top lane pressure again. But who knows? It could swing either way. It really just depends on the comps.
Yeah.
Lee Sin and Tristana being covered, so they already got their late game covered with the Tristana pick. And the Lee Sin is covering their mid game, which is a very good pick against the Lee's, very mobile as well. Ganking. Also now hovering Gnar.
The juke. The mind games are real. So Gnar, I'm really glad that we saw Gnar into Darius because it's something that it really does. It does well just because of the range and the passive that Gnar has. So it's just really great to pick into him. We do see Tristana AD carry though.
Yes.
Which locks in Icebreaker's bot lane.
Mm-hmm.
Lucian mid, hovering the Lucian, because you know, you gotta.
Of course. You definitely have to hover the Lucian mid when you're only Lucian mid. But the Sivir hover is also a very big one because it brings about more of the heavy engage. And it is locked in. That early laning pressure and the early pushing power of the Sivir locked in with the chase down capabilities. It's going to be very big for that team to get in that on gauge on Tristana.
Yeah, and Darius benefits really well from the speed up off of Sivers on the hunt.
Morgana also locked in, so now they have a double spell shield in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Or it could just be a mid lane Morg doing the fake.
Yeah, it could be. The double spell shield would be a really strong problem. Especially against Thresh. We see the Echo Hover, which is something that I haven't seen too much often anymore, the Echo Jungle, but it's definitely still relevant. It's just against junglers like Elise and Shinzao. It's really hard to compare that.
And the instant lock-in of the Viger.
That's a really good pick considering the Elise and the Morgana, but now that the Morgana is a support, we could just see an AD mid laner. Or the Cho'Gath Hover. Whatever.
Cho'Gath is a very good pick against that team too, just because of the fact of they're pretty much all squishies save for the Gnar, and he gets a Frozen Heart, so he gets tanky.
So with the Veigar mid and the Varus hover, Varus wouldn't be too bad into Veigar just because he can fight poke with poke.
Not to mention he does do the percent of health damage and is an AD, and gives a second AD carry.
I really like seeing Varus in these tournaments played as well because I main Varus, so it's always interesting to see what people do with him.
And it is locked in that it is going to be a Varus mid.
Yeah. Hey, Affinity gave us LCS order again. They did the best. TheBond.com.
Now, the blue team, the Icebreakers, they have a very interesting comp. They have something kind of what Affinity was running last time, very similar, where they had a lot of AoE, a lot of circles in aspect, where they have the Thresh, they have Viger, and they have the Gnar to knock everybody into it as well. But what they don't have is they also couple it with, an early to mid game jungler as Lee Sin. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. And now that we passed that threshold, go ahead and reveal the summoner spells.
And I'm very glad that Varus is bringing Cleanse into this mid lane against Veigar.
Although I don't think it's needed as much in this matchup because there isn't as many overbearing stuns.
Yeah,
but
and
it's still very good.
Veigar to land his stun onto Varus, but still, it's really nice.
Yeah. What I've also seen in some situations like this with the Varus is they've brought out a similar type of summoner spells as you would a Twisted Fate nowadays, where he's running Flash and Ghost because he is not very mobile.
Yeah.
So I know personally, forever ago before Gangplank was even reworked, whenever I would see a Viger mid, I would always think to pick Gangplank for two reasons. One, because you'd eat an orange on his event horizon and it just completely messes it up. And two, he's an AD, so Viger doesn't get any benefits from you, and you just poke him all day.
Yeah, but now Veigar has these changes where even against AD laners, his Q still does the extra AP and he still gets extra AP even in late game. So I feel
well that wasn't any real changes to his Q. His Q is just now it hits 2 targets and it's a skill shot.
Well, yeah, but now he gets extra AP off of assists as well.
True.
Not just kills.
But I feel like the biggest matchup that we have to watch out for is the Lee Sin and Elise. Whoever makes the most impact on these lanes, I feel, is going to end up changing the game the most. Because if we see Dransko, if we see him going through and doing the same type of things he was, pulling off those ganks, farming, and pulling really far ahead, like he did in that last game, I think red team, the affinity is just going to do phenomenally. But on the other hand, if Ramu, or I believe that's how it's now pronounced, ends up pulling off, really good level 2, level 3, level 4 ganks, ganking all of the time, all of the right places, it's going to be very hard for them, especially because Lee Sin does get the sight stone, so they're going to know where Dransko is going all the time.
Yeah, but at a certain point, Lee Sin kind of will be less useful in the late game. He'll still have the Haku and he'll still have certain utility, but his damage late game does tend to fall off.
Well, yes, but that's what they have the Tristana and Viger for.
True.
And here we go. We're getting into the game. If I can get to it.
And Dransko, he performs really well on this Elise from what we saw last game.
Oh, yes. But the main question is he going to be able to get onto this Tristana like he was getting onto that Vayne? Because if Tristana just scales really, really well, if lanes stay even between the bot lane like they were doing earlier, then they're going to have a very hard time on Affinity, I believe.
Yeah. The one thing I don't like from Affinity is that they have a lot of AD, which I guess is where Elise and Morgana can come in from, because Elise has a lot of really intense AP burst. But when all three of your laners are AD, it becomes kind of easy to tank against.
True.
So I guess in that case, you do have Elise to do a lot of the burst AP damage.
But you also have to think, who are the people that are going to get tanky on Icebreakers? It would be between Gnar and Lee Sin. But if Lee Sin gets really, really tanky early, then he's not going to have a lot of impact, where Elise is just going to turn around and get everybody.
Yeah.
You have not earned victory.
There we go. And I just need to remember where it is. I have the all chat on. My apologies. There we go.
So,
And the chat's still showing. There it goes. Now it's gone.
Force is meaningless
There it
without
is.
skill. Blindness is no impairment against a smelly enemy. Blindness is no impairment
Or
against a
it's
smelly
still showing for some reason. I don't know why the chat's still showing, guys. I apologize.
you could just drag it down, I guess. Worst comes to worst.
There. Now it's out of the way.
Blindness is no impairment against a smelly enemy.
So-
By the looks of it, we are going to see another double jungle going on
For Icebreakers or Affinity? Because
for Icebreakers this time.
yeah, because Darius is already heading up.
This day.
And Nara isn't the worst top laner to do that with. He can definitely do a lot of damage and help out his jungle, especially with his W.
It looks like they're actually doing a level 2 on the bot lane side for our Icebreakers, while they're doing a double jungle for the red buff on the red buff and the Raptor camp for Lee Sin.
Yeah. Which is really nice, because then it gives Tristana her QE combo a lot faster.
Yes.
So how do you feel Tristana into Sivir?
I feel that Sivir is going to counter Tristana's major push, in essence. because Sivir's biggest pushing capability is she just spams W and Q. She doesn't really worry about the laning fighting. She just keeps farming up, but Tristana is an auto push. Every single thing she last hits does AoE. So they kind of counteract each other. It'll keep it even lanes.
Definitely. Top lane, I'm really excited to see Nart into Darius just to see, you know, if Zenitario can still dominate lane even though he's going against Nart, which tends to be really rough.
Well, when you look at it also, Darius is already, he's 3 CS ahead, but he hit level 3 first as well. And the lane is still kind of even, so it just goes to show that either the double jungle didn't really work out as much in Icebreaker's favor as we thought it would, or that just Zenitario did a really good job of clearing the wave and pushing it as fast as he could.
Sivir spell shields the Thresh ship. Yeah. It could have been mostly just to benefit Lee Sin as well, because even though top lane does benefit, Lee Sin, it can just give him what he needs to gank you later. We see Lee Sin go right on to Varus. He does get trapped up, but not quite enough to give first blood over to Icebreakers.
Yep, Varus did not end up burning his cleanse.
Darius, though, forcing Nart to flash, and he does have 4 seconds to bleed. Zenitario might just go for this. He does a swing. Nart does hop over. He doesn't have to take the Q damage.
But Zenitario did also flash.
Really aggressive play from top lane.
You also got to look at it. It's more beneficial for Gnar in this situation because he still has pots to chug on.
Yeah, and he has hop to get away too. He doesn't necessarily need flash as heavily as Darius does.
As well as his actual passive for it. It will give him some health in the same type of way that a Renekton ult will, so it will heal him off of it in the end.
Yeah. And he does not out. Lands the stun onto Garen. Or Darius, excuse me.
Looks like he did jump back, seeing that Elise was coming.
Yeah. But Lee Sin, he is here for the counter gank. Hops onto Darius. It does spin right now, but he's trying to focus down onto Darius. At least is preventing them from going onto them, though.
The Lee Sin Q does not land. The Sonic Wave lands on a minion. Otherwise, that might have actually been a kill for him on the Darius.
Definitely. And now, Nars kind of just left to go into Luce, who will just, back into jungle. Thresh does get Morgana instead of Sivir onto that, so Sivir does use her spell shield for almost nothing, and Morgana loses 50% of her health. So good trade for Icebreakers there.
Yes, and if you actually look at it, Affinity is down in CS in every lane except for top lane and the jungle as well. So
yeah, Andreas she's significantly down by a good 10 CS. Luckily, he can just use his arrows to come in, but here comes Elise trying to back up Varus onto this. He's stuck into the nap, but Elise still forces to flash out of Veigar. Repels forward, tries to run stun, and Elise gets first blood onto Veigar.
Wow. I didn't think that repel was going to land, honestly. It seemed like it was just out of the range, but he just managed to pull it through.
Yeah. And, Elise's repel, it was pretty much what made that guaranteed. They probably wanted Varus to have that just to make him dominant lane and to make up for his CS loss, but Elise benefits off of it really well.
I think one of Elise's spiderlings took it because it's an interesting mechanic with her Q. When she actually Qs on top of someone or, a jungle monster or something, it sends all of her current spiderlings, and it could also send her W, the volatile spider, out at the target she is queuing, so you can W one way and then Q and it will go flying at them. It's a very interesting mechanic.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, Varus does catch up with Vygar, but it's still slightly behind.
Both of them starting their tiers. Looks like Nar's going for that Black Cleaver first, while Darius is going for Sunfire.
Yeah, honestly, it makes sense because the Sunfire was getting that extra armor, but he does start to go a little bit aggressive towards Real Bad. Does get spin off of him, gets the dunk, and doesn't kill him off of the dunk, but definitely makes the bleed do enough damage.
I think he got an auto off just afterwards, otherwise the bleed would have, or it would have timed out, and Nar would have had time to actually use his passive to save him.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was betting on.
Great play from Zenitario, considering
yes. Zenitario's
has Zenitario kill onto him. Oh, double spell shield. They really wanted to make sure she didn't get caught by that. Now that Zenitario did get the kill, solo kill onto Nar, what do you think that kind of means for him? Will he be able to do it again, or will it just kind of...
I think he's going to see an appearance from Lee shortly because he's starting to snowball. He's about 15 CS ahead of him right at this point. And I think Dransko also can tell that that's what's going to happen because they're both all in the same area right now.
Yeah, Elise just got caught up into the trap right now. Forced to repel out to safety, but does stay there. Right now they are trying to get a lot into it, and Nar gets both of them stunned into the wall. Elise forced to be fed over to Vygar. Varus gets out just barely. And the boulder toss still makes him go even lower.
Yes. It was a fantastic flash Nar play from him and got really good double buffs over onto Vygar, which will definitely help him in his stacking. Looks like they're going to try and force the mid lane tower down.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get too much work on it, but yeah, the next wave is pretty far off. But still, great Nara play from your old dad. Oh, they might just tank it out to get it, yeah. Good call. Meanwhile, bot lane's been pretty quiet. Tristana does have 10 CS up on him, but with Sivir's spell shield, it kind of makes really any aggressive thresh hooks go to naught.
They both even are going for the same exact item builds to try and get ahead of each other.
Third stack onto Darius. He's going to be going in for this. He's about to make an R out. Does land a stun onto Darius. Lee Sin pops up to give him some extra help. Darius forced to flash. The boulder toss does hit him, making him go especially low. He tries to heal up from the Q, but it's not enough. Randy does get the kill.
Meanwhile, on bot lane, a lot of action going on.
Vygar getting focused down. Varus does come over from mid lane. Double stun from Vygar.
Yeah, out in the bot lane, there was a lane gank, it looked like, and Vygar came down for it, but they ended up getting Sivir a kill onto Thresh in the meantime.
They did?
Yes. We're going to try and contest this dragon.
Contested. Vygar put real low. Climatic gets another kill.
Sana forced to jump out as they got that clean dragon. And a kill.
And for now, red team is winning by about... Actually, they're both even. What am I talking about? Silly play-by-play, not doing color.
Well, they are about even. However, when you look at the objectives that were taken, red team is in fact ahead in power terms. In gold terms, they're even, but that's slowly changing. And there's also a lot of standing gold all around the map, or on the map for both of the teams. But there's a little bit more standing gold in the path of a single tower for red team. So I would still say that they are slightly more ahead. especially because they're all outer towers.
Yeah. And Darius is put real low by the Gnar. Unless he can get another kill up in time. And he does get the kill up on time. The dunk kills Gnar.
Oh, he is the dunk master.
And Price's play from Zenitario really showing his top lane efficiency.
He just barely gets out as both Lee Sin and Viger are up top trying to hunt him down.
Yeah.
Looks like they're trying to make another play in the bot lane as Viger and Lee are taking out the top lane turret.
So now that bot lane and top lane have kind of won, what do you think this puts both teams prospectively?
Well, it's going back and forth. I mean, no team has really submitted to the idea of being the reactionary force in this. They're both causing the actions. They're both, forcing the other team to do everything that's going on. It's something happens in top lane, so we do something in bot lane. We're not reacting to it, we're doing a counteraction to it. Which is, the proper way to play through things in my eyes. Just reacting is what gets you to lose.
Definitely, Darius does get cut out here. The Event Horizon does miss Darius. Doesn't get the heal thanks to Nara's backwards. Before it does get summed up, and he is caught on 22. Gets the heal, but it won't be enough. Nara does get the kill on the Darius.
So, turret for a kill there. And it looks like Varus is working on that mid lane tower. Slowly but surely.
And it's a good trade, but Varus is cut out. And Lee Sin's starting to get into this point of the game where he's really strong. Varus trying to get those 3 stacks in the field, but it won't be enough. Lee Sin does get the kill onto Varus.
It looks like he was stuttering a little bit, with the auto attack cancellation.
Yeah. The heck? Yeah.
Looks like Elise is coming down to try and get a gank off, but Tristana, the Blood Moon Chain, and Draximus aren't really falling for it, and they kind of know what's up.
Definitely, and that's just more time that Elise is wasted.
Yep. Huh.
The Saber does pop on the hunt. Tristana forces a rocket jump out of there, and that'll be about the end of that.
Yeah, and that'll be 2 ults down. Morgana used her bindings, and Sivir used her on the hunt. Oops.
Lee Sin does land the same way, but
still very even in top.
there is an onto there, yeah. Nara does stun him. He might ult him into the wall. He does ult him into the wall. Darius is losing a lot of health right now. And still not respecting. He does get the dunk up, misses the heal. And yeah, backs away.
Nar just has so much health right now with that cleaver.
And he is going to chase down this Darius, but now that he's out of there. And Elise does pop up to help him. Tries to flash, but he flashes into the...
He flashed into the cocoon. Yeah. It looks like the cocoon completely dissipated there.
And it was, yeah. He flashed to avoid the Darius's Q, I believe. But still got hit. Good play from Elias, still showing how efficient he is. I mean, Jaransko showing how efficient he is on Elias.
Yeah, both Elise and Lee are doing very good jobs applying all sorts of pressure around the map. Just looks like Sivir has been getting the brunt of the aid, whereas on the other hand, the Viger has been getting the other brunt of the aid from each of the lanes. But Lee has been applying more of the turret pushing power than Elise, whereas Elise is just getting their carries fed.
Gotcha. So, with this vision control that's kind of going over Dragon, who do you think is stronger right now to take Dragon? Because even though there is a slight kill lead, and never mind, Lee Sin does get put down. Varus pops the ulti, trying to block down some of the team.
Nar's teleport is through.
Meganar slams them not quite into the wall, but there's a lot of low numbers here. Draxinus does get a kill. That's a double kill for Draxinus. He does have the right rocket jump reset. Will not use it. Varus still really inclined to poke them down.
They do have a lot of poke on their team.
Definitely. And while that happened, Nard did die, which is something I forgot to hover over. But it was a 2-for-1 trade. Or 1-for-2.
Yes. And it looks like it's going to be a tower included in that trade as well.
Possibly. Varus has a really strong wave clear with his arrow. And it will be enough to ward off the team.
Yep. But on the other hand, Darius is going top lane with his teleport, so they might be trying to do a reconvene for Dragon. Elise could definitely do it with as much sustain she has right now, especially with everybody backed, but it just doesn't look like they're trying to. They're trying to get the tower in bot lane first.
It's a good call, I think, because now it'll give them more access to go for the mid tier.
True. I don't know. I would have thought that getting Dragon would have been a better priority since they already have the first one. They can get closer and closer to stacking up that 5th Dragon win or condition. On the other hand, they're just turning it over to the blue team now.
Yeah, it's Dragon too, so it doesn't give them too much of access, but it does deny the Dragon one from them. Blue team does get it, and they might be looking to fight here. They shouldn't be. Nard does hop over the wall successfully. Thresh is caught out right now. Darius doing a lot of repulsing over there. Varus KS is with the arrow to stop the jump. And now, Dansko kills off Zygarde, sticking around too long to maybe save Thresh.
Varus did need to use the cleanse there to avoid just getting completely one-shot by that Viger, but it was a good turnout as a result.
Yeah,
just that chain CC.
And that's why I'm really glad to see the cleanse on him.
So they just got 2 turrets, so now they're actually ahead by the bot turret alone. And that puts them up by about a 3.5k gold lead.
So even though Icebreaker did get Dragon 1, I don't believe that trade was really good for them at all.
No, that was the 2nd Dragon.
Was it? No,
yes.
That was Dragon 1. Well,
no?
Yeah, it was the 2nd Dragon, but it was Dragon Full 1 for Icebreaker, yeah?
Oh, well, yes. Yeah, it wasn't that good of a trade for them. I mean, it ended up coming out in Affinity's favor. But at the same exact time, Affinity could have just as easily taken the drag and then reconvened, come back. I guess it was just in the timing.
At least it was trying to hunt them.
But that first team fight that they did in around Dragon, that's exactly the type of team fight that Infinity wants to avoid. Getting all bottled up like that, that's what the Icebreaker's strong point is.
Yeah, they have the box and Vigar and Nar.
It reminds me, do you think the #1 Vigar, the box, will change his name because of Thresh?
The box.
#1 Thresh name.
Yeah. There you go.
Wow.
That's how you show true loyalty to the Thresh. Balling turret did go down, which gives some extra gold into the pocket of Icebreaker.
Yes. Well, I mean, like, the box he's renowned for his Vigor because, you know, Event Horizon, people call it a box, a baby
Thresh
cage.
does land onto it. They're trying to save them, and Thresh takes a lot of damage. Now they're still trying to poke around. They're gonna be trying to fight here. Varus lands the Q. Nothing major should happen unless Varus can get some more poke on.
Gnar is almost megged.
So yeah, they're gonna be trying to poke this down on me.
Yeah, they have, Affinity does have both top and bot pushing. They are piling up slowly. So all they really need to do is just keep pressuring the mid, and eventually they're gonna have to... Somebody will have to manage the side lanes.
Yeah, that's true. This should be really interesting to see how Blue will come over this.
So as far as item builds go, right now we have Vigor still with an Archangel Staff, not finished up to his Seraph's Embrace. We have Gnar starting to get armor. It looks like he's going to be going for a Dead Man's Plate, where Lee Sin might be going for a Dead Man's Plate or a Sunfire Cape. No, actually, it looks like he will be going for a Dead Man's Plate as well. Thresh has his Sightstone and Face of the Mountain completed. Tristana has her Static Shiv and Infinity Edge. Most likely going to be going for the Bloodthirster next, or even a Last Whisper to start cutting through some armor. Elise just picked up 2 cloth armors, probably going to be going for a Frozen Heart.
Varus does get caught on by that, and Davon instantly kills Varus.
What? He tried cleansing there, but it just was not enough.
Yeah. As soon as Thresh lands the first hook, unless it's cleared really quickly, and hold on a second, Darius is caught way out of position. Tristana does try to land a bomb, and this is the death of Darius. Draxmas does get the kill, giving more hope for Icebreaker to come back.
And it looks like they're going to be pushing through this top tower. Gonna keep going.
So what are the next steps for Icebreaker to try and come back from the depths that they were in?
Well, it looks like they've actually come back and are ahead already now. They're just going to keep pushing this down with Sivir just pushing mid tower. They can't really hold this off.
Flash hook completely destroys Varus. Vigor gets another kill. Meanwhile, Gnar did get focused down pretty heavily, but it was not enough damage. Blood Moon Chain is now starting to get back on track with these thresh hooks. Now that they can't be spell shielded, at least does get stunned, but too far away for anything to happen.
Meanwhile, Sivir is in the front of their base, knocking on the inhibitor right as we speak.
No one's answering the door, and those recalls are being delayed. This could be the breaking of the base here, but she does cease. What's your feel on the call on that? I feel like she could have gone in next. Actually, Lee Sin did recall pretty quickly. Sivir puts on the hunt, but still it's not enough. That should be the kill for Tristana off of the bomb. She spell shields it, of course, and she gets away with just 1 sliver of HP.
That was a very, very good job on Sivir's part to hold her spell shield until right before the bomb explodes.
Definitely. You could tell Tristana wasn't expecting it either because she just completely stopped figuring that the bomb would kill her.
Well, there wasn't any way that she could catch up. She already used her rocket jump.
Oh. Yeah, but then... Yeah, no, that's right. Good catch.
Now we're probably going to start seeing Icebreakers starting to pressure the Baron pit, because that's the major thing that they need in order to come back into this, but at the same exact time, if it's taken away, it could just seal the deal.
Definitely. Varus does have a lot of range to try and kind of poke them down while they're trying to do Baron.
Well, he's just got to be careful not to get caught by another one of Chain's hooks.
Yeah, those have been the death of him in the past 10, 15 minutes.
The problem,
Throwing out another hit.
the problem isn't so much that Chain is getting the hooks and he's not cleansing it fast enough. It's the team is reacting so quickly to Chain's hooks getting landing that he just can't deal with all of it.
Definitely. Which is really good too, because like you don't want to have that delay, I guess, off the hook. Pinks are coming for Baron and kind of miscalled, I feel, because Darius is going to want to go bot.
Yes, but Darius has TP where Nard does not, and his Mega Nard just went down. So now would be the time to try and force a fight. Plus, they need to gain the vision control over Dragon Pit, which Icebreaker still is holding very, very strongly. And it looks like they are going to try and force this Baron down very, very quickly. Which they can, because Tristan is just at that stage.
Blue team does get the Baron. What's this mean for Infinity? Are they just going to have to be on the back foot and concede any pressure that they had now?
I don't think so. I think they're going to try and keep both of the top and bot lanes pushing. The Baron does signify that it's going to even out the mid lane, because the Baron minions do kind of equate and actually just push a little harder than the regular super minions.
Completely caught out of position. Stunned by the spider gives for the kill. Morgana flash and does not land the stun.
So there is, another huge tactic of quite a few teams, a huge big old rate push.
Kind of takes a lot of damage actually. So yeah, as you were saying, there's going to be a lot of push.
Yeah. I mean, with them sitting out of the base, the super minions are just going to be running rampant, so they have to keep somebody in base. While they're...
After base for Iceberg, the minions are starting to crash in.
Well, the super minions from Affinity are crashing into the Baron minions, but they just need to have somebody in base in order for that to happen in the mid lane.
Yeah. A lot of poking going around and now Varus trying to run some more close. Silver is first to spell shot the boomerang, which she probably could run away with, but now Morgana also uses her spell shot, so... Oh, Darius gets caught onto the event, or at least Darius gets caught to the event horizon, loses a good amount of health. Resend pulls the trigger, starts the fight, almost gets completely caught out. Varus does use the ult. Dave Monk gets the kill onto Darius right now. Gets a double kill while Thresh gets another kill for the team. Tristana rocket jumps over it and gets a double kill. Complete ace for blue team.
That was a clean ace. 5 for 0. Jeez. Well, that was that huge team fighting capabilities. Darius was just way too low to be the frontline tank, and he did tank a lot, but that's the problem with the Tristana and the Vigors. You just blow somebody up, and then Tristana just keeps on going.
And now we see a definite gold lead for Iceberg.
Yes. Now, that swung the gold lead in their favor by about 6k.
Yeah. That was a really impressive play from Ramu on the Lee Sin. Honestly, I thought he was going in for a suicide attempt.
Well, I think it was partly because Thresh put the face of the mountain on top of him, and Elise actually repelled to Thresh and followed him, as opposed to going for the Lee Sin at the end there. That really just saved him.
Definitely. dragon is going to be live pretty soon.
Yes. And with the inhibitor back up in the mid lane and top lane pushing, it's going to be very hard for Affinity to contest this dragon.
Lee Sin does land the Q, but doesn't follow up.
Well, he was kind of unable to follow up.
But doesn't get too punished for it.
Meanwhile, the dragon is going down very quickly.
Definitely. The TP from Darius is used and gets spotted on him.
Here comes Mega Gnar, though.
We could see something big. Sivir pops on the hunt. Mostly defensively because there's nobody they can re-engage onto this. Darius does get caught by the ult. And eventualizing two victims. Davemon gets one. Wow, Eurobad gets another. And now they're going to be focusing onto Morgana. This is going to be the death for Draxmith. Gets the reset. And now they're going to be hunting onto Sivir. Oh, Varus gets the blunt end of that. And that is going to be another ace.
Another clean ace, and with an exposed inhibitor, they might actually push to end the game shortly, especially with Lee Sin and Gnar at such good health standards.
With the length of the death timers, I don't think they can do it at this point, but they can definitely get a lot out of it.
They might get a second inhibitor.
Definitely.
No, I think one of the major things that happened in that fight at bot lane is they ended up using both spell shields for just a Gnar boomerang. And it spell shielded the first part of the boomerang, but the part of it that really got them was after the spell shield was used from Sivir, the boomerang came back and hit Sivir anyway, slowing her. Yeah. And then Morgana put another spell shield on her. Which, those aren't short cooldowns, and they don't have Morgana doesn't really have CDR except for the Frost Queen's claim.
Definitely. So what can Infinity do to try to reclaim the lead that they once had?
Well, they just have to play it safe. They need to pick their battles based off of Gnar's bar, as well as they need to get some catches set up for Baron. I don't really think that this Baron catch is going to work in this situation just because of the fact, well, the Lee Sin, for one, and for two, they have the Scuttle Crab there.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of vision right now. They have well, not anymore, they have a good setup, but due mostly to how much ward control Affinity has been putting in.
But it's getting to that late game point where Sivir is starting to fall off a bit. Varus is, Varus still isn't even at his full item set.
Lee Sin does get stunned, but at least gets caught by the most of the team right now. Lee Sin's still trying to go in hand, having only 20 or less of his health. Almost gets to the point of destruction. Draxmith gets a kill onto Elise, gets the rocket from reset, trying to put down damage onto Varus. The bomb does give Tristana the double kill and the reset. They are looking for more right now. Sivir pops on the hunt defensively, just trying to get out of here. Spell shield is up for. Gnar jumps in too.
What it seems like is they're just trying to stall out as long as they can.
Definitely. Morgana before it's really low, and the BM before the death. Oh, Davemon, so brutal. So Sivir, this should be the end of her as well. Double kill for Davemon. And Baron is being focused down.
Tristana's just at that huge late game stage that she just needs to be blown up immediately, which nobody on Affinity really has that ability to do. Unless they focus both of their 80 carries on it, but if they do that, then Lee Sin and...
the crits coming down, at least takes a big chunk of her health to Tristana, and instantly Draxmus gets kill onto her.
Yep. Late game Tristana, that's part of the reason why she's very highly contested right now.
Yeah.
I don't see this game going to be lasting much longer. It's going to be the second inhibitor down, and then they'll just push in.
And now they're just kind of trying to put bandages onto the giant cuts that have been put on by Icebreaker. So now that they have Baron Shugus, as you said, that'd be a really easy cleanup for them.
Oh yeah, especially with the Tristana, and just bomb the tower. 4 shots, it dies.
Lee Sin going really straight into them. This is going to be a big fight right now. Darius does get the kill onto Lee Sin. Narkat in between the laser. Varus does try to put a lot of damage onto him. Varus gets chunked down completely by Vygar, who gets a double kill onto him and Sivir. Thresh tanking a lot of the turret, which gives Elise the kill onto him.
So that was a 2-for-2 engagement. Maybe more.
Yeah, maybe more, possibly. But Elise did get out of there. But Horizon Mar, though, being completely chunked down, but not quite to the point of death, as Tristana does kill Darius. Vygar completely destroys Elise with the ult.
And that will be the game. 39 minutes, 10 seconds. The game is over, with Icebreakers getting the victory. All right. Very big, very exciting game going on there. Just a lot of back and forth. So, Jupiter just needed to be right back real quick. I think he's having some technical difficulties, but man, that was a really exciting game. It seemed like they had a lot of pressure out on Infinity's side, but the pressure from Icebreakers just ended up weighing out, and they just needed to persevere, did the right things that they needed to do, took the Baron quick enough, had the proper vision, got everything taken care of. It looks like the next teams that we'll be playing is going to be Icebreakers, and we are waiting on either between Something Easy and the okayest team. Just need to wait and see for when they go on, or who moves on to the next round. On the other side of the bracket, it is going to be Came to Dominate, who is in the semifinals, and they're just waiting on another game to match up. It is Nanue Nado and free agent team number 1 that are duking it out right now for the other semifinal lock match. So we will be right back as soon as we get to the bracket to see who is playing. Up, just came through. It's Icebreakers are going against Something Easy. So I'm just waiting on the invite or the matchup right then and there. And welcome back, Jupiter.
Thank you. Laptop may have died for a second there.
So,
but I had a Guardian Angel, so it came back.
So we have what our next matchup is going to be. It is going to be between Icebreakers Sours and Something Easy. So
Would it not be against? Oh no, I see, I see. Yeah, I'm dumb.
so but what did you think of that last game? It seemed like very it was very close early, but then it just overbearingly dominant became so dominant.
Tristan, I think it was just mostly Tristana got to the point where she needed to be, and Darius started losing to Nara and got the attention that wasn't there early. He started being ganked more often,
Hmm.
so he couldn't get as online. So he was just shut down. Yeah.
Honestly, I think it was a lot of it had to do with just the vision control from either team. I mean, the we saw even in the red side jungle a couple of times from Affinity how the picks just came out so easily for them. But on the other hand, when they went for some of the objectives, they just didn't have nearly as much vision and information as they needed.
Yeah, vision is really underrated sometimes.
Yes, Icebreaker Sours had the prop had plenty of vision control there. They just got all of the vision control that they needed. It was they just didn't have they had more of the vision control for the objectives that they needed. And to Riven Jungle, yeah. Riven Jungle who commented asking, it's not so much we're streaming, it's we selected a team to stream and whoever is the winner of those matches, we just follow all the way to the finals. It's not really picking for a uh a favorite team. It's we just picked a random team and then we follow them all the way from there.
Like last week, I don't know if you were here, but last week we had followed Blood Moon. I think that was her name, because I had won the first and then the second and then almost the third.
Oh, you're on the free agent team number 1, Riven Jungle? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that their match was done. So we should be getting into the lobby very shortly. Just waiting on our invite, and then we shall be in there and ready to cast our next match. Oh, I see. Well, I think they needed to report the win on the actual website under the actual tournaments that's going on. I believe that's where they needed to report that win.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So,
While we wait, do you think that there was just one defining moment that kind of gave Icebreaker to the game, or that was more of a gradual thing that could have been stopped from happening?
I think it wasn't so much a gradual thing. I mean, like, it was kind of gradual because it was, Tristana was scaling up, Viger was scaling up. In my eyes, it was partly like what um, Affinity was doing. They weren't really putting as much pressure. And, their team comp wasn't exactly made to deal with the Tristana. That was also part of the problem. Whereas, they had a lot of the run in, but Tristana could just jump away or ult everybody away. And they just didn't have a lot of a team comp synergy to deal with it. Whereas on the other hand, all Tristana and Viger needed to do was scale up, wait for late game, and that's what they were able to do. The Gnar and the Lee Sin were able to just hold them up until they got to that late game point. In which case, they just Viger would two-shot people. Viger would one-shot somebody. Varus would instantly die after getting hooked by Thresh. Darius would just sustain too much damage, and then they would go all in. Gnar would get his Mega and just go all in. They just didn't really have the ability to outlast the damage or even just, push things down. Like, if they would have honestly, if they would have grouped as five sooner, they probably would have had a bit of a better chance. But like to seal the nail in the coffin, they just didn't have the vision control over the objectives that they needed. And every single time we saw Icebreakers had completely dominant vision control over Barons, they had it over the top lane, red side jungle, and it was everything.
I agree. Yeah, definitely.
So what do you think? What type of bans do you think we're going to see against that team this time? Against Icebreakers?
Mm, we might see the Lee Sin ban because it actually did quite a lot for them.
Hmm.
And
Do you think we'll be
gosh,
seeing Tristana banned?
I don't think so because there's a lot of AD carries that you can play into her that I do find.
Yes. Well, I mean, the laning phase wasn't the problem. The problem was when she got to the late game. Like, what other AD carry do you think can match up with a Tristana late game?
Hmm. Well, Kalissa, but the 1v1 between Kalissa and Tristana is kind of jinxy. So if it's just team fighting, I feel like Kalissa can do a lot for a team as long as Tristana doesn't get her reset soon enough.
I just don't think. I think Callista will be too close range to deal with it. Because, yeah, she can do a lot of damage, but it's also auto attack reliant, whereas Tristana has a lot of damage in burst. So she can three shot people, whereas Callista, it's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, E.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
It'll take a while.
That's fair.
I mean, the only people that I can really think of that can match up against the late game Tristana would be, a Kog'Maw or a Vayne, and it's RN Jesus that decides.
Oh, we could see the Kench support. Very rare to see it these days, but it was seen in LCS, so we could see it played here. That just came to my mind. Has nothing to do with the AD carry, but cool nonetheless.
Oh. Just having some technical difficulties joining the actual game itself right now. We unfortunately we don't have any actual control over the tournament brackets. We are just casting it. So, if you need to get in touch with somebody, you need to get in touch with the organizer. Um, it's Williaf, I believe. Okay. There we are.
And there it is. And Icebreaker Cyrus will be going against something easy. Team name, not actually dissing on them. That's
Yeah, that's the actual team name. This should be a very exciting match.
yeah. There's a lot of high elo players, so
Yes.
was it Free Agents team number one that won versus Naito?
Yeah, we're actually getting mixed reports from it, so you guys actually have to go and resolve that with the tournament organizer because originally we had been told that the Nanaue NATO as winning, but people are also saying that the free agents are winning. So everybody's linking it now.
Salad boys.
Up.
The spam is real. All right, so just in a few moments, we will be getting into the champion select as soon as we get everything all situated up.
All right. Let's get this show on the road. And the teams are in.
Yeah, we're in champ select now. First fan Draven, that is definitely a target. Yeah.
Most definitely. Probably want to get as much of an easy time as possible for their 80 carry. And there's the Viger in response. Lee Sin coming
Icebreaker
out.
bans Lee Sin, which is kind of weird. So they're blue team, so it must mean they absolutely want nothing to do with it, and they don't want easy to happen.
Or they just have no intention against playing Lee Sin, or Ramu's just not wanting to, and he knows the other jungler is. And then the Gangplank ban again. So, from the looks of it, all of the Juggernauts are going to be up once again. And there's the Thresh. And the auto-lock Riven. This is something I've been looking forward to, actually seeing a Riven in a tournament setting.
Yeah, they did let us up by for Icebreaker, so if she gets ahead early again, it's going to really be a pain.
And that's all Riven is gets super far ahead. And then in recompense, there is the Janna and the Darius. Bard now being hovered, although switching quickly.
Yep. So the Janna support actually, this is one of the few times when I feel like it does give a lot of what they want. It's going to be obviously a AD carry that kind of needs more appeal, so we could see the Kog'Maw.
Although I don't really think that they would be going with a Kog'Maw against a Riven, even though like you do have a Janna. Not to mention you would probably want somebody more like a Lulu with a Kog'Maw, or a Lulu at least in like a top or mid lane position.
So we do see Lucian and Shogat come, or not Shogat, excuse me, but Rek'Sai get locked in. Which is interesting because Lucian into Tristana, I feel like Lucian might win that only because of how much Janna can shield him from Tristana's bomb and make his AD rocket high. And Rek'Sai applies really good early game pressure, and then late game her utility is really strong with her knockup. So even though she falls off damage-wise late game, she still has a really strong utility that can be followed up.
I wouldn't say that she falls off late game though, because she does still have the true damage on her E. It's just her knockup's a lot harder to hit, especially with a very mobile team, because of they lowered the range of when you could actually knock somebody up from the burrow.
I see. Yeah.
So Braum being locked in with the Tristana, which should be posed for another very interesting game. They have a lot, and once again, they have a little bit of synergy on the Icebreakers team between the knockup of the stun of Blood Moon, or the Echo, rather. And then a Cho'Gath. Switching over to a Kennen.
So, I personally don't know the matchup between Kennen and Ahri, but I would feel like Kennen can kind of do some kind of play into Ahri, considering that the stun can be pretty intense on her, if that is.
Yeah. Honestly, it's just going to depend. I think he's probably going to end up trying to max his W as opposed to his Q in this matchup, because all he needs to do is basically pull a Caitlyn and charge up his auto attacks, and then W afterwards in order to cause the chain lightning for the instant double, and it just does an immense amount of damage. There we are. And the summoner spells are shown, so now for sure you know the matchup is an Echo jungle with the Braum support, a Tristana AD carry, of course, and an Ahri mid lane with a Riven top. On the other side, we have the Janna support, the Rek'Sai jungle, the Lucian AD carry, the Darius mid, and the Kennen mid lane. Or Darius top and the Kennen mid lane. My mistake.
So Braum with Ignite.
It just adds a lot of pressure to the lane, which is somewhat needed to combat the heal from Janna on a specific target. I really don't think that you'll need an exhaust against a Lucian specifically when you have a Tristan on your team. Because it's not like he's going to be a highly attack speed hyper carry.
I disagree really because Lucian's a major lane bully, especially with his passive, the Light Slinger, and his Relentless Pursuit can also pop that as well. So, well, all his skills can, but his Relentless Pursuit makes it so that he can chase down more. So I feel like in that case, Exhaust will be useful against him because he can go in, and if you build properly and you get enough attack speed, his ult will end up doing a whole lot of damage off of each individual. So he does go well with attack speed. It's just something that I guess it's like you said, you don't see it too often because his burst damage off of his AD is really high. So I feel like it makes his attack speed get neglected.
Well, the other side of it is with his Relentless Pursuit, Braum can literally just use a Q, his Winter's Bite, and will slow him down and basically force him to back off, especially when you're against like a Tristana, who, if Lucian really wants to chase, he'll use that, Tristana just rocket jumps away, or just sit there and fight while Braum puts up his block, in which case he will really be not doing any damage. So the Braum pick against the Lucian is a lot more valued, I think, than just the exhaust itself.
Yeah, the pick in general is so much better than just the summoner because it'll also block his ult as well.
Yes.
The calling. Honestly, Braum was a really good support pick right now.
Yeah, I really believe so.
Many a time I've been stopped by a Braum. It's annoying. You use the calling and then Braum's just, nope, not today.
Honestly, Lucian isn't really that in that great of a spot anymore right now. Mm-hmm. Especially since the Juggernaut patch. I mean, he already had his range reduced. So...
Yeah, but he's still a really strong lane bully.
Well, yes. But at the same time, so is Caitlyn. But the way Caitlyn's a lane bully is she's at 650 range.
That's fair. Caitlyn could have also been a better pick considering that it's Riven top, so you could try to use your net on her and also as an escape. So, I'm really excited to see how this Riven does top.
Well, Riven specifically can match up against Darius. It can go really back and forth, especially because with Darius, it's very important to land your Q on the outer rim now. And with Riven, she could just dash forward so it doesn't do nearly as much damage for 1, and 2, he won't get that heal off. Alright. Lanes are set up. And honestly, between these champions, I really do not think either of them will be going for a lane swap. Just the way that each of these matches are. Riven can definitely not deal with the 2v1, and neither can Darius.
Yeah.
Although it does look like Icebreakers are going for an early invade, it might just be for vision control, like we usually see in high elo matches, such as these. Could just be, making sure for which lanes are which. A lot of pings coming out.
I'm trapped in loading screen. Rito, why?
Oh, wow. You're missing a lot. A lot of BM so far.
The BM's the best part.
Pain Gaming, Bangkok Titans. Everybody showing their appreciation for those teams. Despite my favorite team
COD,
being...
baby.
Oh, well. Everybody
No.
has their faults.
Rip in peace, TSM.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, I was actually really
I'm very, very depressed. I really just don't know what's going on with them anymore. Notice maybe one of these teams will end up replacing them in the next year.
the dreams of the amateur teams.
Seems like Draximus and Blood Moon did their usual start where they get the Krugs. Whoa. That was unintended.
Loading. Rita, why?
You're still loading. You might need to restart your client.
There we go. No, I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Almost here.
Yep.
A lot of damage from here from the Raven level too.
Yep. She did start the double jungle, and she is doing a lot better.
Darius doesn't get as much of the heal too. Force the flash.
Well, he's not getting much out of the heal because he's hitting it on the hilt. He's not hitting it with the blade,
Yeah.
which is one of the main points that I was talking about earlier.
Darius just so low from this Riven.
Yep. Echo's also very ahead of Rek'Sai, it looks like.
Man, now he's trying to do some counter jungle. Here comes
Like
Echo trying to back her up.
They are going to dive the Darius.
Down Darius. Echo does get the bear from it. This is going to be first blood for
Oh!
Riven.
The execute coming out for Echo.
If Darius had paid a little more attention, he could have had first blood. Riven does get first blood though onto Darius.
That was a fantastic dive played out. The Echo did get the execute, which was good. And then Riven ended up getting first blood, so she's already going to start snowballing bit by bit. She's already very far ahead in farm.
So now that Riven is going to start snowballing, what should there be more gang pressure, I guess, towards top?
No.
Just leave the others to go.
I really don't think that... the thing is, once Riven starts snowballing, she can 2v1 very, very, very easily. Because she just does so much damage that is, you know, multiplied by her auto attacks. And she has the shield, the stun, she has a knock-up, you know. She has everything a laner could ever want. Except for a heal. But, you know.
She has a barrier to make up for it, though.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, kind of in this mid lane, the mid lane's been kind of even, to be honest.
Ari seems to be doing a little bit better farm-wise, but Kennen is a lot healthier.
Again, Riven goes in. Darius, about 20%. Less even. Does get the heal off of it. Pulls her under tower.
Ooh, just barely missed that. The Rek'Sai is top.
For the knockup. They really want to get this kill onto her, but Riven does get out of there.
Riven still does have her flash as well.
Rek'Sai still might stick around a bit more.
Echo's coming up towards Rek'Sai.
And right now, a lot of damage. She gets this A good amount of damage. Rek'Sai does go back in though, which is interesting. Early game is pretty strong as well as Echoes, but he does get that barrier. And Riven comes in. Rek'Sai's in a lot of trouble right now. The ult doesn't quite kill. And now here comes Kennen, turns it around, saves his jungler, but Daemon does get the kill on only. And now Kennen is forced to run for his life.
He did end up using both Cleanse and Flash. Will Revan end up getting this?
She should. Probably doesn't want to spend too much, and Inyu just bites the dust.
So all in all, a 2-for-1 fight right there. Rek'Sai just not really respecting the collapse capabilities from Icebreakers there. Farm at bottom is pretty much even too.
Yeah. So all in all, I'd say this game is definitely going over to Icebreaker.
And it looks like Remu is going to be going for the tank echo, which you don't really see a lot of it anymore, especially because of the base damage nerfs. I would have thought that he would have been going more for an AP echo build with just some health to back it up, unless that Ruby Crystal is going for a Rod of Ages, although it's very, very doubtful.
Yeah, I got it. Ruben again just really pushing guys in.
Darius did catch up in some farm though.
That's true, but she has 2 kills out.
Yep.
Especially with the first kill gold. First spot gold. So where should AZ's kind of attention should go to, if not the top? Do you think they should focus more on mid and get Kennen ahead, or rather just let Lucian carry on to the late game?
I really think they should be trying.
That comes in. Failed game, but we do see the TP from Riven. She dives forward. She has her eyes onto Rek'Sai. She should be getting out of here free. Lucian does pop the coin. Braum uses the ult. Rek'Sai is going to see the end of her days, and that is another kill for the Riven.
Yep, and Janna did use her flash there too to try and help save the Rek'Sai. But honestly, Rek'Sai just needs to... I think Rek'Sai just needs to farm up a little bit more, get a little bit stronger, and then start really focusing on bot lane. Either that or focusing on the mid lane.
Oh, the charm lands on him. Not too much follow-up, but still. Definitely a bit painful. Another charm lands onto Kennen.
Now we see the CDR boots coming out for Riven. Looks like she's just trying to get as much cooldown as possible to do as much damage.
Puts on the Q just to kind of try to wait earlier. Pulls Riven. Now she does go on to Sun Up on. Avoids the Q, which doesn't give Darius a heal at all. Rek'Sai coming in though. Oh, low 5 auto attack. Trying to get the bleed damage. Flashes forward, gets the Q, gets the Riven.
I just think that
plays.
I don't know what Riven was really trying to do there. It looks like she was trying to be a little overconfident and lure him closer. She might not have had her ultimate up yet. I don't know if she was just testing her own ability with the broken wings to see how much she can avoid of it. But it just didn't seem to work out. Darius might be back into this game now because of that.
True, he does have a CS lead right now, but a little bit of action coming in the bot lane. And Lucian does win the trade. Another piercing light hits Tristana, and she's very low.
All in all, they are still very, very even, despite the assist to gold onto Tristana and Braum.
And even though Riven, is kind of winning lane. Darius has managed to get the CS lead up, as you said.
Well, it's because of her teleport in bot lane. He was just able to free farm.
True. Kennen trying to kind of fight for his own right now. Echo is here right now. Riven does quite a bit of damage from the two from what I saw. Kennen gets caught by the charm, tries to pop the slicing maelstrom, not enough. Already does get the kill.
Yep. Might gonna be seeing some action in the top lane soon, since both Rek'Sai is around there and Echo's there.
Echo dashes forward. He's sending right in the middle of the barrier. He gets stunned up by the Echo. He's at 50% health right now. Darius is going to see the end of his days.
Echo actually E'd to a minion at that point.
Yeah.
His bot lane tower is dropping fast.
Yeah, this is the strongest point for Easy right now. It's just that their bot lane's been able to hold on. And amount a slight CS lead over Tristana. So what are the steps to kind of get Easy back into this and make sure that Riven doesn't just completely bulldoze them?
They just need to get their tanks big, and Darius is getting there. He's almost got his Black Cleaver.
Tristana's doing a lot to this turret.
But you also got to remember, they need to get Kennen huge.
They're going for Ahri. She doesn't quite have enough to stun, but is forced to ult defensively. But here comes Echo trying to turn around the fight. Ahri for so low she can't help out Echo. Wrong here though. Nothing quite. The ward does kind of spot them out.
The heal from her passive and the Orb of Deception is still very, very strong, despite it being nerfed a few times.
Yeah.
But that's the other major point. They really need to start getting Kennen ahead. I'm actually surprised. Well, seeing him get the Abyssal Scepter first is usually how it works when you play mid as him or go against an AP. But I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't go for the Haunting guys first for the health and penetration.
Ooh, Charm just barely misses, but the Q does enough, and Ahri flashed forward. He gets the auto attack onto him. And that's Dave Mon going on a killing spree. Seven to 2 right now with the Icebreakers lead. So, what are the next couple objectives they should be looking towards?
Well, Icebreakers are probably going to try and push down this bot tower in the next opportunity they can, and then get the dragon. And then probably try and resume laning phase for as long as they can, because their team scales very, very well. They don't want to try and force a fight against a Kennen.
Definitely.
And then they have the disengages for it as well. That's one thing that's also very, very surprising, is they have Janna, who is known as like the Queen of Disengages. And they couple it with a Kennen, who has around the same exact range with his Slicing Maelstrom as her Maelstrom. I believe that's right.
You think of Monsoon, my friend.
Monsoon. I keep getting the names mixed up between them.
I get her Q.
And they're basically the same thing anyway. A Maelstrom is basically a Monsoon. It's just over a different body of water.
The more you know.
Yeah.
Oh, the Charm is on again. He still decides to go aggressive. Pops up Maelstrom, but here comes Echo. It's actually a 3v2. They were not expecting this. Riven helps Davelon get the kill onto him.
And there's the vision control once again coming out from Icebreakers, coming in their benefit.
The Charm lands again for Davelon.
As it is right now, it looks like Kennen is going to be working towards that Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, and that'll keep his survivability up and give him the armor that he needs against Riven. So.
Well, it's also one of his major power spikes because when he uses his slicing maelstrom as well. Oh my god. Camera, why you do this?
Rek'Sai does find out Ari.
So they are going to be getting this dragon fairly quickly while Riven is splitting the top lane tower.
At this track, they have a decent chance for Dragon 5 if they so choose. But it'd be a really long game. It'd be almost 40 minutes.
Yes. Riven does spot Rek'Sai and is systematically cleaning out Rek'Sai's jungle.
Which is rough because I feel like even though Rek'Sai was a bit useful in this early game, she's been shut down from what she could do.
Yes, very, very quickly she got shut down because of Riven, actually, both times. Riven, when she tried to gank for Riven, it didn't really work out. And then when she ganked bot lane, Riven teleported in and put a quick end to that.
Ari, though, is stuck in a little bit of a 1v2. Echo is here to support her, though. I feel like this is what we see a lot from Icebreaker, though. They kind of just end up steamrolling.
But at the same exact time, Ramu has a Sight Stone, which is really, really helping out with the vision control that they need.
Definitely. So, right now, Ramu, even though he wasn't a shutdown as Rek'Sai, he still has his deficit to his opposing jungler. The calling is used pretty offensively. They're trying to get this Riven, but no avail. So right now, what do you think are the next couple of plans that should be going through each team's heads?
Well, for Red Team, I'm pretty sure that they are just trying to turtle through it, as it would be. You know, get their spikes, get their caught back up. Braum ended up taking that the large raptor.
Raven here to wait for Lucian, completely chunks him down. Might use the ult to get the kill. He is in just enough range for it to not be there. The barrier from the top is not enough to survive. Darius though here to get revenge for falling AD carry. Doesn't quite get it, but should be enough though, so Shiko now has a kill onto her again.
So, another interesting thing, Riven's ultimate, it does increase the damage based off of missing health, but barriers do not cover missing health themselves, so the damage increase is still amplified even further with how low he was. So if it was the other way around, the damage probably would not have come out because the barrier from the shield of the turret would have put him at about half health, so probably would have done just enough damage to take out that shield.
And right now, Tristana took only his red, I believe. Yeah. And the vision control for Icebreaker is so strong right now.
Yep, they have Blood Moon going through and sweeping wards periodically while applying pressure in the red side jungle, and then they also have Ramu walking through all other portions of the jungle, warding all of the major points of it. Yeah, it looks like he is just going full tank, not really any ounce of AP.
Well, he does have the Rune Glaive, but no.
No, he has
No,
Juggernaut.
Shell Filter,
He
yeah.
has Cinderhulk.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the Rune Glaive at all.
The Charm lands on the cannon again. Already 50%.
It's one of the big things. Abyssal Scepter is very helpful, but Ari's Orb of Deception kind of negates that resistance altogether.
Variham gets, again, Lucian with the ult. Doing so much burst with just the hype. Oh, she does have the other item, but right now she's putting her sights onto the top laner. She's 1v2ing right now. She almost has a triple kill on the sights, but she's taking a lot of blue damage and straight damage. Shishiko doesn't get the kill onto her only because of the Hellham she did go.
But while that's going on, Icebreakers are taking an opportunity, seeing 4 members of the other team in bot to just go ahead and take that Baron so quickly.
So, would you say this very slowly? Oh, another charm. Oh, Cannon gets completely deleted by Ari with the Charm Q Ignite combo.
Mm-hmm. He just doesn't have the health. Honestly, like I said, I probably would have gone more for the Haunting guys against the Ari just because of the fact that she does true damage with her Q as opposed to the Abyssal Scepter. You know, Haunting guys into his Zonias and then maybe go for a Rylai's after that. Although he did just get his Zonias, it's still just not looking good for them. Ari already has her Morello and her Death Cap. Most likely going to be going for a Void Staff, or if she just snowballs enough, a Luden's Echo shortly.
Riven finds Darius.
Darius is 2 levels behind.
Backside here to kind of back her up, but Riven is at this point where she can 1v2. Darius dunks, tries to get a kill on her, but it's not enough to get ulted too early. And now she is going to win this 1v2.
She just has so much lifesteal. She has a Bloodthirster and a Ravenous Hydra. So much damage, so much cooldown.
Echo putting sights on position won't be quite enough follow-up, but still.
Still got to be careful for his parallel convergence coming through.
Definitely. With Riven's Brutalizer, it also does a lot, too.
Yes.
The Cullen used defensively, pretty much. Just trying to get Braun out of there. Ari lands a charm. Braun does it kill onto Janna. Tristana kills Lucian, and this should give them. That's right.
This should be an inhibitor. Kennon's ultimate Slicey Maelstrom is up along with his cleanse, but I'm pretty sure that they're just too afraid to even go in right now.
Yeah. Right now, the trigger is pulled. Braun does block a little bit of damage. Rek'Sai is at 50% already. Tristana's bomb doesn't quite do enough. Desmond is godlike now with the kill onto Cannon. Darius tries to TP in, trying to get something here, but he's already deleted by You're All Bad.
This could be the game here. Such a huge snowball. Yep, and that is the game. The surrender coming through at 25 minutes. The score 19-4 in favor of Icebreakers.
The last CS for the Riven versus Darius, she was up almost 70.
Yeah, she went and just split push bot lane. She kept going from lane to lane, getting all of the farm, pushing the towers while everybody else grouped. She basically played Tryndamere.
Yeah, she had 22,000 damage that game.
Alright, now we are just waiting for our next match. So it is Icebreakers moving on to the finals.
Semi-finals, I think, yeah? Because they won against... Oh, actually, no, you are correct.
So now we go into the best of 3 of the Icebreakers. And we are just waiting to come up and find out who is going to be their opponent, either Come to Dominate or the Nanoe Nado. And I know there was a huge discrepancy between them, but some people, I ended up speaking with the person in charge of the tournament, and it seems like he investigated and cleared it up. The Nanoe Nado did end up winning the game. Um, so their match is going on currently, and Something Easy has moved to the third place match spot. So
So Nano and Nato did win.
yes.
Correct? So now it comes down between Came to Danoe and Nato.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is going to be quite interesting. Icebreakers, though, they are really steamrolling.
Yes, it really looked like that they just got ahead so much that they're able to just steamroll through now.
It's convincingly true because top lane, both games I feel like carried them because the game before, well, the Gnar wasn't too good, but the Gnar ults that were performed were like on par.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be right back.
So up until we get that match going on, we will be taking a short break. If anybody is actually interested, these tournaments go on all of the time, and they are all you need to do is just go to the website there. It is reverieesports.com, and you can sign up for a tournament as a free agent, or maybe even try and find a team yourself.
Well, something to reflect on in the meanwhile while we're kind of getting ready for this next best of three. We did get to over 100 followers, so as I promised last week, I'll do 100 push-ups in a row, find out somewhat way to like prove that to you guys that it did. But we did get to it, so now I gotta suffer for it.
Maybe you should post a video link to it. You record a video of it, you post a link to it somewhere for everybody to see.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, good idea actually. I
And
forget that we use the internet.
and
Like
somebody in chat has also informed me that the team is actually Nana Ua.
Nana Ua NATO. That's a good
Yes.
name. It's Hawaiian. What's it Hawaiian for? The, or yeah.
I'm not sure. We will have to find out. Okay. So, um, in a Hawaiian, it is a meaning of a king shark.
Oh,
It is the king shark.
that is the most terrifying name.
Yeah, it's a humanoid king, or it's a humanoid shark. His father is the king of all sharks, known as a shark god from Hawaiian like islander mythology. And NATO, according to the Urban Dictionary, is actually short for an island off of San Diego.
The more you know.
So now we know where that team comes from. Pretty sure everybody knows where Icebreaker Sours comes from.
No man, that's a really innovative name.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting to see the outcome between Nanua, NATO, and Kimsa Dominant, What are some reflections you have on last game? Like,
Well,
what
I
could have stopped Riven from being as fed as she was?
honestly, the only thing that probably could have stopped her from just being that far ahead is, if Darius would have pushed the lane harder. So it would have punished her for going and double jungling. Or, there's a technique out there that you could actually do, which completely sacrifices an entire wave of minions to the tower while keeping the minions pushing to you. It's knowing that the enemy is going to double jungle. What you do as a top laner is you go and you meet their minion wave first, and you drag it towards the river, and you essentially just work it completely around your wave of minions. And what this does is it will make it so you freeze the lane and it will be pushing towards you while your opponent misses out on an entire wave and you're free to CS still. And then as the second wave comes in, it will gradually push again, towards you. So you can just quite easily just take it out. I forget which top laner. We saw it actually in the NALCS. I think it was Impact that was doing it when he was on Rumble in a match. But he ended up, whoever it was, ended up doing that, and it really ended up benefiting him. He was ended up being like 20 to 30 CS ahead really, really early, and the opponent really couldn't do much against it. It's a really, really good way to stop a snowbally lane and cut them behind and punish them for, going out in double jungle to try and get ahead while getting your jungler ahead as well.
The strats are real.
Another thing that they could have done, they could have gone for the lane swap. I mean, they would have sacrificed Darius quite a bit,
Yeah.
but if they would have done a lane swap to shut Riven down and did a double jungle with Darius, then it would have, they could have worked that around as well. It would have benefited both Rek'Sai and Darius more, because Rek'Sai ended up falling behind really early as well. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Darius is very, very good in the meta right now, but out of
Oh
all
yeah.
of the juggernauts that can really actually shut Riven down, I think the only two are Mordekaiser and Garen, and Garen, it's still kind of a skill mashup. Darius kind of relies on, him running away or kiting away in some type of fashion and then pulling his opponents to him, where on the other hand, Riven is, I'm going to get into your face and then I'm going to run away. So they kind of, it's kind of what Darius wants, but he's just too slow, even with the movement speed boost.
Well, that's what you get Deadman's, yeah.
Well, true, but even still, you only get Deadman's, your third item or so. It
Yeah.
still isn't a lot of armor, so that's why you want to rush for a Sunfire Cape or even a Randuin's after you get your Cleaver, or sometimes you just want to rush for it right away. Although I haven't seen it work out when people rush Deadman's Plate, because it does give a lot of health, but the resistance still isn't like worth it.
True. So, if you're just taking random guess, who do you think is gonna be the victor of dominating NATO?
Um, I couldn't really
Shining
say. I
apart.
haven't really looked at the teams, but you know. How about this? I'll do a coin toss real quick if I can find a quarter. Because it really is just a toss up. All right, so you tell me which is which.
We'll
Heads is
say
which.
NATO says heads.
Okay, NATO is heads, and tails is dominate. So, well, it hit the fan. And it came up tails. So, from the coin toss, we're saying dominate's going to be the winner over NATO.
If it ends up like that, so many people are going to be either really disappointed or just start like completely breaking every quarter ever.
Well, they're going to be missing out on a lot of common sense then.
Hey, Shen said, yeah, we're gonna start our best of three finals in just a minute. We just have to see who's going to be decided out of Dominant or NATO, and hence the toss. So yeah, even though I say just a minute, kind of depends on the results of that.
Oh, NATO short for tornado. Oh, okay. So we got a humanoid Sharknado. Is that that's what their team is based off of?
It's secretly Sharknado, but you can't just say Sharknado because then you sound lame.
Yes.
You gotta say Super Mega Sharknado.
It's the Hawaiian version of Vash the Stampede,
Yeah.
the humanoid typhoon, humanoid shark tornado.
So
All right, and that's the screenshot. It is actually been determined that NATO has won the match, it seems like. From the screenshot posted here. Yep, it was a 50-minute long game. Jeebus.
23-19 though. So considering how long the game went, not
Yeah,
too
it's
many kills
very
going through.
close. It
Yeah.
was a very close game. A lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
So the next match should be getting underway very, very shortly, guys. We're very sorry for the delay, but there's nothing that we could really do for speeding up a game. We can't say, okay, blitz mode engaged, everybody kill.
So just a small reminder for anybody wondering this: the final is a best of three. I'm not looking forward to those 100 push-ups.
Really not looking forward to them.
Yeah, like I said it
I'm
because
glad
I
I
was
didn't make
like,
that. I'm glad I didn't make that promise. I could barely do 20.
like, I'm glad I did it because it's good for the channel and like it's really great that we have that many now. But
Yes.
then I realized we were actually only like a couple away. I should have said like 120, but it's a double-edged sword because like
Yeah.
it's really great, but then I have to do more work. So do you think we'll see bans targeted towards You're All Bad Now then? Banning his Riven possibly?
Probably banning the Riven. Most likely going to ban a Tristana as well because Tristana's gone through every single game so far and it's been pretty solid up to this point. That's what I'm thinking. Who knows? The champion pools might not even be affected by it. It could be a Riven ban and a Tristana ban, and then it's a Yasuo top and then a Vayne 80 carry, or who knows?
So, I didn't get to see the NATO's game, but it should be pretty interesting to see how they both play against each other.
Yes, it should be. As soon as the tournament codes get posted, we will be able to find out what the team or when we can get in there. And as soon as we get in there, we can start casting the game as needed. But it looks like we're not the ones having the technical difficulties this time. So please just bear with us while we wait for other people's difficulties to clear up, and we can then we can have our turn in having our own.
Yeah, we're starting to organize it all down now.
In the meantime, since people are getting bored of looking at the same red screen, I'm just going to have the slideshow playing through. Just a bunch of collected splash arts and pictures from different champions. Talon one was out of focus. I apologize. I need to get a new one.
So in chat, how long have you guys been playing? Season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Let us know. Or let us know who you think will win if you guys saw the NATO one at all or got any hints of that. Been dropping the memes since season 6. Oh, bruh. I can't go against that Time Lord.
Well, didn't you hear about the huge conspiracy theory? Season 25, Faker is gold, and they sent him back in time, so now he's dominating the scene.
Oh no. I started back when Caitlyn was melee. Beta, bruh.
I started playing when League was only an RPG.
Ooh. I played since it was a platform scroller, bruh. I don't know what you're talking about.
That was only in season 3. And then they made another one just this past year.
Ooh, fun little news. One for All's coming up again pretty soon.
Yes, it is. Right now they have it on the PBE. And it's they only have it for specific champions because they're trying to sort out the different mechanics of those champions in the one for all.
Yeah, I am looking forward to just everybody playing Hamid Honor. APE existed. Went against Tanky earlier today. It was just the worst day of my life.
A tanky.
Yeah, it was the worst. He still did damage.
Well, yeah, he does true damage with his E.
Exactly. It was so annoying.
Yeah, the AP Tristana.
AP Trisp.
What was the other one that was actually really, really funny to play? That completely gutted. I can't even remember right now.
Rise. Sad face.
Well, yeah, and there was Rise. The ADC Twisted Fate, which is coming back. The ADC Cannon.
Have you tried out Kindred in the PB?
I haven't not.
Nor have I.
Alright, it looks like we are going to be getting into the game very shortly. I just got the tournament code passed on to me.
Beautiful.
So
Hashtag is in season 6. copy pasta mechanics.
Yes. There we are.
All right, I'm ready. Put me in, coach. Let's go. I'll play Darius top. It'll be great.
I don't know. Darius hasn't been on a very good streak as of lately.
Yeah, sad face.
I am Darius.
The real Darius.
Isn't he over in like Europe right now? Yeah. Is it actually Marin? Oh well, shit.
This is actually LCS. Just kidding. It's not Reverie eSports. It's the real LCS. Hey, two CLG fans. I gotta go for NATO now.
Really? I don't see their emblems at all.
Oh,
They're all like
got
appearing
the
as the
default
same little
ones.
melee creep for me. The old school melee creep. That's what they look like. Oh, they want the Rise skin. You mean the one that I have? I actually do have Triumphant Rise.
Triumphant Sivir. I think that's the next Triumphant skin. Or Victorious.
It's Victorious. Triumphant you only get from events. Victorious you get, yeah.
I got
I will be super sad. I'm gonna be super sad if it really is Sivir.
I'm gonna be happy, dude. ADC main. I want that. Give me that. But it means I have to climb a bit. But
A
still,
lot.
Yeah, I say a bit. What I actually mean is no social life for the rest.
Well, yeah. I mean, personally, I don't like the Sivir. I already have pack Sivir, so. Anyway, we are getting into Champion Select right now.
And let's see what our first ban is. It's still Gangplank.
That Armor Pen, man.
Mhm.
Armor Pen on the E, too strong. And a Fiora ban. We haven't actually seen Fiora played even when she wasn't banned.
True, she's pretty squishy though, so you have to have someone else that'll fill in that tank void. Excuse me.
Well, we know Ramu has been doing a fantastic job filling in that tank void, no matter which champion he's playing, whether it's Lee Sin or Echo.
There's that Riven targeted ban we were looking for.
There's the Lulu. Looks like they're trying to avoid a Juggermaw of some type.
One day.
And a Darius ban. To Dunk Master.
Darius.
Here comes out with the Thresh again.
Yeah, and Vygar did get banned again, so we won't be seeing any super heavy late game Vygar.
Nope.
Like the lead people. Stream, forgive us for the open 12 layover. It's actually the 13th.
Yes. Sorry, I had gotten everything late. So I was not able to set up the Open 13. But it looks like they are hovering both Diana and Vayne right now. Over on NATO's side.
Yeah, I really hope that's a Diana jungle lock because I've seen what Diana can do late game and it's wrong.
Well, it could be a Diana mid too, and you
That's
know.
true. Which if we see Yasuo come out, which you probably won't anymore if that is Diana mid because her Crescent can kind of counter his wall. And that is Diana and Vayne. Vayne, that's a really early lock-in for the Vayne.
Yes, it is. And it is an extremely early lock-in. Up, and it looks like we are going to be seeing some more Echo. Now the question is it going to be a mid lane Echo? Is it going to be a jungle Echo?
Oh, they
'Cause-
just banned the Draven.
Oh,
And Draven will beat Vayne level 1 easily, and 2. Simply
And
because she
6.
can't. Yeah, and 6. She can't tumble auto attacks.
True. But the only, I mean, Vayne still has the capabilities to outplay pretty much anybody. Like, even though it's a Draven, like, Draven can one-shot people.
Yeah.
Like, when I build Draven, I build him silly. And people are like,
Draven
why do
lock.
you do that? But
It's the Draven locking, boys. It's the dream.
oh,
Oh,
but the
Kench.
Kench.
Unbench the Kench.
And it could be a Tom Kench top. I've been seeing a lot of that lately, and I know
Could be
how
mid.
annoying that is. No, I don't think it'll be a mid Kench.
Think about it. Think about it. No, actually, yeah. Nope.
No. No.
You think about it, and then you realize it's actually not going to be a Tom Kench mid.
Even if you do max the W and you do get a Luden's Echo, it is still not going to be that great. Oh, and they picked up the Janna and are still hovering the Kench. It could be a Kench jungle.
Yeah, actually, I've seen that. So, the Janna support's really good for Vayne, especially because Draven and Thresh can really heck her up. So it'll give her some extra sustainability, and the Monsoon will make them give her some space.
So
And
I
again-
just got some information in. The first pick on Icebreaker's side's computer has crashed. So they won't be able to make their trade. So what they're going to intend to do is finish out the picking phase and do the same exact picks and just do the trades afterwards.
So yeah, we're restarting it in the game.
Yeah, I mean we'll end up restarting the champ select and everything. So we'll be right back here. It's just Thresh is gonna get the same picks and
Why
everything.
you gotta do this to us, Randy?
So
So let's just quit spectating that one then. We
well,
do see
no,
the chase
don't
lock.
click
Yeah,
quit.
actually, yeah, I just realized.
because we'll just stay in the lobby. We need for him to come back.
Oh, rip! I instantly ended up.
You still ended up pressing quit, didn't you?
I still ended up pressing quit. No! My inner Scion is getting ready to just break my mouse.
Your inner Scion.
Yeah, my inner Scion.
Well, at least you can use the tournament code to come back real quick.
Oh yeah. Do. Boink, boink. Copy pasta for the win, boys. So we did see that Jace lock in.
Yes. Oh, it's Blood Moon. It's Blood Moon is the one that their computer crashed, not Ramu. There he goes. Bye bye.
Rip in peace. Food time, baby. Yeah. So can we talk about the picks then?
Yeah, I mean we can.
All right. So what do you think
So,
about Jace, man?
well, let me go pull up the screenshot again. So they have his posted screenshot here. Well, they have Diana, Jace, Zed. So it does look it is going to be like it is going to be a Diana jungle.
Finally. She's actually super OP though.
Yes,
She
she
gets
is.
into
I
the
know.
late game.
I know she is. So, let's see. The Jace pick, I mean, I would honestly think. So that means that that is an Echo mid. That's a Jace top.
And we're back into the lobby. We'll be remaking the bans and picks very shortly.
And there we go. So that does. So that means that it is going to be a Jace top, in fact, and a Echo mid. Honestly, I think Jace is going to be a good matchup. Well, maybe not. Ramu's gone. Something is fucky. Ramu TC'd. Yeah, yo. All right, third time's the charm. So they're just doing the quick bans because the pick should be the same.
For half a second, I was just like, wait, what?
And there's the Teemo ban, everybody.
Teemo, oh, that's it. It's over. Teemo's banned. Game over, boys. Alright, so Jace into top lane, yeah?
That's what it looks like. Looks like it's going to be Jace into top lane.
Against the Tom Kench. Unbench the Kench, boys.
Yep. Actually, well, if we go
Mid
by...
and then go by OPZ top lane. I mean,
Well, I mean, we can't really determine what it is yet.
yeah.
Because we
It's
need to
it's-
figure out
it's-
who has what.
It's
But
secretly Jungle Zed. Before you, but you didn't even.
what do you mean? It's definitely a jungle Janna.
Jungle Janna. Let's go, boys. Let's start with J.
It's a mid. That's a 80 carry Diana support Zed. Mid lane
Support
mid lane
Zed.
Kench. As the final 30 seconds wind down, we will reveal what the summoner spells are.
Game over. It's Jungle Jana. Just kidding. So nobody's in LCS order this game.
Nope.
Laysai.
So, well, I mean, they might have been. No, they weren't. They weren't going to be on the icebreaker side. All right, so that time is up. So we shall reveal that it is in fact a top lane Echo and a mid lane Jace.
The baits are real.
Yes.
So yeah, Jace into Zed. How do you feel about that?
I feel like Jace is going to win out very, very early. It's really going to just depend on Zed's capabilities once he hits 6 and how his farm is, but honestly, Jace is probably going to be zoning Zed very, very hard.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I'm really excited to see this Draven intervene.
Well, depending on how Janet does, Draven's going to have a hard time. But we do have one of the strongest bot lanes. It just depends. Is it going to be the blue bot lane or not? Is it going to be Championship Thresh and Soul Reaver Draven?
Is it the real blot lane? Excuse me.
So, one of the matches that I'm going to be somewhat anxious to see also is the Tom Kench and the Echo matchup. I haven't really seen an Echo top, so I'm going to be a little anxious to look and see how Echo does, if he's going to be going AP or if he's going to be going off tank, or he might be going for that Rod of Ages build and to, you know, the Lich Bane, or he could be rushing the Lich Bane first. Who knows? All I know is he does have a lot of wave clear, which should be good against the Tom Kench.
I'm still waiting for the day that we see Kale.
To see her where?
Mid.
Oh, that time is come and gone, my friend.
But think about it. So you have Zed mid, right? Completely has, almost has something to do with this game. Zed mid, right? And then Kale. Kale can ult his ult and still do, actually, she could probably still get hecked up though.
No, I mean, the way that you would use Kale is when Zed ults, Kale instantly ults to cut all damage mitigation.
Yeah.
So he would do no damage, his ult would do no damage.
Exactly.
She would end up winning that trade, but at the same exact time, once Zed ults, he would back out.
Yeah. So now what it comes down to is how Zed's gonna do against good old Jace, which probably I think the poke, well, in the end, kind of push him out. I'm pretty sure he brought exhaust too, yeah? Or no?
Jace did bring exhaust. So Zed is not going to be able to 100 to 0 him nearly as easily. Nope, it is a Blood Moon Thresh. But a prime time Draven.
It's the kind of red bot lane.
And
I really
jungle.
like that Diana skin, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I really like Dark Valkyrie Diana. I love the particles on it. To me, I just can't use it way too much. It just gets a little old for me.
Oh, wait. Everybody matches the red except for, like, Echo. Think about it. Rek'Sai's red, Thresh red, Devin RJ's has red in the background of the skin.
Echo has a red scarf.
Echo has a red scarf. That's it, boys.
And Zed messed up the blue, except for it shows up a little bit of blue on his, like, collar piece. Yeah. So. But you want to know what really messes it up?
Tam Clench is great.
Red side is on, or red, the top side, you know, Ramu and everything. The team that all has red is on the blue side. The team that all has blue is on the red side.
Rita, why you do this? So, we're on to the rift.
And there is no more Project Particles, sadly. I thought they were going to continue that, but I guess not. A lot of pings already coming out. Hey, this time you didn't get stuck in the loading screen.
Yeah, I know. I'm so happy about that. So they might just try and set up like a line of scrimmage if they're not going to go for the invade, considering how many pings were coming from NATO.
Well, it looks like
The BM is
Icebreakers are still trying to come through with their usual strat. Which I'm actually surprised that NATO is not going through and warding the blue side jungle as well.
Yeah, honestly, like, I don't know if they had to get the deep ward because they can probably already assume that Vayne's going to go there. But it gives them insurance on it.
Well, Tom Kench does have a very easy time in 2v1s.
Yeah, he does, especially with his gray health.
Yes. Whereas Echo probably does not have nearly as much of an easy time. But they do have it warded, so they do know where Diana's going to start and how everybody's going to start. Oh! Well, would you look at that? Culling has the red vein, so he did end up getting the pack for it.
Yeah.
The color pack.
The chroma is too strong. Alright. So, again, we're seeing the double jungle come in from both teams. Now that both teams are kind of setting that up, how do you think that's going to really affect the top lane? Not too much, or?
I don't really think it's going to affect the top lane too much, especially because of how everything is. If anything, it's going to help the junglers out, and in this case, it'll probably benefit Diana more, just because Rek'Sai has a healing mechanic, and Diana doesn't. I mean, she has a shield, but...
Yeah. Plus, her ganks pre-6 are pretty weak, whereas Rek'Sai's ganks are pretty strong.
But I do think that Draven got more benefit from that early jungle camp start, because of how his axes are juggled.
Vayne did get that third auto onto him, though.
Yes. Not to mention it did couple with Janna's shield,
Yeah.
so that bonus AD really helped out a lot.
So this Echo versus Tom Kench should be an interesting lane. He does have him already on 50 HP, and Tom Kench didn't start the Grey Health passive. Flashes over to get that third proc, and Tom Kench does have an acquired test for Echo right now, but meanwhile in mid lane, Zed does ignite Jace. Damage being thrown all over the place. Grey Health does come in for Tom Kench in the end for level 3. Really trying to get this kill over to Echo, but he does get out. And so does Jace.
Yes. It seems like they were both extremely low. Zed, it looks like, got more of a benefit of the trade because he had he has all those pots and still is going, and he's, not nearly as low on the mana.
The hook does catch onto Janna, which gives Draven more time to get his Vayne, and he's just throwing those axes one after the other. A lot of damage going on to Vayne. The Ignite is taking her down. It won't be enough to execute, but it will shove her straight out of the lane.
I think think this is the type of game everybody wants to see in the finals.
Yeah. Echo still doing some good counter jungle. Timed up perfectly this. And Diana's forced to flash.
And he's going to end up resetting her camp.
Yeah, with this new patience mechanic as well. And Echo might just go for the clean. Yep, he's going to go for the repeat. Oh, and Echo does succumb to the kill this time. Echo gets the first blood. And this is going to set Diana back a lot.
Yes, it really is going to set her back a lot.
Vayne condemns Rek'Sai. She's going to try to go for that tunnel, but Janet gives Vayne the extra 80 and the third proc of the silver stacks. So jungler for jungler. How's it going to affect them?
Well, considering Rek'Sai was in the jungle doing it and lost blue buff, and meanwhile Diana was, in her own jungle, I don't think Diana is going to be as safe, considering the fact that Rek'Sai just overstepped her bounds a bit, whereas Diana was, minding her own business in her own jungle, getting killed. So it just shows that Echo is free to do what he wants a bit more than Echo should.
Draven again trying to get down onto Vayne.
The hook lands though.
Really is keeping her defended. She's just barely getting away with the skin on her teeth, and now they are going to focus on Janna. Draven's still doing a lot to Vayne, even with her shield from Janna.
But Blood Moon with the fantastic hook right after Draven was condemned away, just to hold her in place long enough for Draven to come back.
Definitely.
Looks like they're moving into position for a very early dragon.
So, with your team comp, would you say preemptive dragons are more what will suit them, or is it just kind of a benefit that they have right now?
I think it's going to be a major benefit, especially because of the damage boost.
Trying to put down enough damage to make sure it'll execute doesn't quite do that, and now that he has gone out alive, his team can come up to support him from Dragon. Echo does come up to do that same thing, forces the flash from Zed, I think, yeah.
He did have to use his teleport for that.
True.
But I really think that the early dragon is really going to be a huge benefit, because all of the people in the blue team, the Icebreakers, already do benefit from damage. And First Dragon does give that damage boost, which is just going to help them a whole lot more, give them even more lane dominance. Excuse me.
Minion delivery service, that's what that was.
Not quite as fast as Blitzcranks, but still gets the job done. Just like UPS compared to FedEx.
I was going to bring up that analogy. Echo again trying to does get that third proc actually off onto Tom Kinch.
It is a shame that the UPS and FedEx merger never went through. Did you hear what they already designed, what the new company was going to be called?
No.
Fed Up.
Hold on a second. God. And there it is, right before the Diana gank. The pun of the century. Diana does get spot out, but nothing will happen.
Yeah, she's not exactly at 6 yet, so she can't really make as influential ganks. They really needed to rely on Janna getting the slow off first.
And there is a pause because Blood Moon Chain has again disconnected.
Computer crashes are overpowered as hell. Meanwhile, that Draven Q bugging out. You could even see it in the bottom left of your screen, guys. He's constantly casting it. This is a game-breaking bug. He can now infinitely cast his Q as much as he wants. Not really.
Interesting.
So currently going over everything, Zed has 65 CS with the Brutalizer and the Vampiric Scepter. Obviously going to be going for that Blade of the Ruined King. Jace has his Tear of the Goddess already starting to stack up, and he also is going for a Brutalizer. Echo has a Fiendish Codex, while 2 Fairy Charms most likely going to be going for that Morella Omicron to combat the healing and gray health ability of Tom Kench. Diana not yet having her Rune Glaive, although she did just go back. Does she have enough for it? No, she does not. She should have enough for the Sheen, though. Rek'Sai pretty much having enough for her Cinderhulk. Draven has a pickaxe compared to Vayne's 2 Doran's blades, but Vayne does have 1,600 standing gold, so she can go back and get a Bilgewater Cutlass at any given time, whereas Draven's only at 1,100 gold, so he is not yet at that BF sword that he so desperately needs to really start snowballing. But he still is outputting a lot of damage, as Draven's do.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, Echo is kind of winning lane a lot more than we kind of give him credit for right now. 20 CS up and a kill.
And that kill was first blood. I mean, Tom Kench is building a Spirit Visage, I would assume, but it just might not be enough. Because Echo's AP ratios are still very, very big. I mean, they're still not, you know, as groundbreaking as Viger's. You know, he has 2 AP ratios that are at a 1.8.
Bruh.
So if he has 1,000 AP with the well, his ultimate's a 1.8 because it's 100% and then 80%. And so that's insane. And then his W, his Dark Matter, that also has an immense AP ratio.
So, what do you think are going to be the main objectives then for both of these team comps? Oh, we do have the on-pause here.
Well, Echo's already making a huge influence across the map. It looks like they're going to be trying to do something again. At mid.
Zed does put out the death mark, trying to put enough damage onto Jace again to try and execute him, but it isn't quite enough. He does jump over to his clone, but they were ready for that. He jumps over the wall. Flashes over. Daedmon gets the kill with the Jace, expecting him to go back to his clone. Great plays.
Too easy.
Like I said, he's doing a very good job roaming around, putting pressure wherever he is. He was just about to go do it again.
So, Draven farming, which I feel like it'll probably just, even if he doesn't get a kill, if he farms and catches his axes, it'll be fine for him, yeah.
Well, the thing is, catching the axes gives him the gold bonus, but in order for that to be redeemed, he still needs to just get a kill. Yeah. Which, I mean, once he gets 6, I'm sure that we'll see something across the map. Though it looks like Diana's heading up towards the top lane right now.
Indeed, and they are going to try and focus him down. He ults over the Echo, trying to escape time right now, trying to put up the barrier. Gets the stun. Fake it, faker, call me a playmaker. Just kidding, Diana gets the kill. Really trying to escape her, though.
That was very interesting. I don't know if that was actually intended to work that way, because he was technically inside of his parallel convergence when it landed.
Yeah.
But he was in Tom Kench's belly, in which it stunned him. but then the animation canceled out of when he was supposed to be spit out. So I don't know if it canceled the animation of the spit out or if it just canceled it altogether, because it didn't look like a lot.
Farm alarm finds out Zed. Thresh is there. Lands the hook onto him. Draven flashes forward, tries to throw him out of there. Deathmark does go onto Draven. Draven's trying to crate him out, excuse me. Dragsmith does get the gold.
And Tahm Kench did try and attempt a teleport down, but it was quickly canceled.
Draven's sitting on 4K. 2K.
4K total. Yes, he did just redeem a lot of gold with that.
Echo, though, in a little bit of trouble right now. Draven is getting targeted by the turret. Echo gets soloed by Tahm Kench. And Gianna, on just a sliver of HP, should be Draven's kill, though.
Yep. Gianna was on a mission to delay and save that tower. She saved the tower, but lost her life. She did a very good job holding them off, though. Even though there were 4 of them there, they didn't take the tower, and they didn't take her without a fight.
Yeah. So right now, it's going to be pretty calm for now, but there is a gold lead because of Draven's passive.
Yes, and it's a pretty substantial one as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the first blood, extra 100 gold, passing along. But it is very surprising Tahm Kench was able to solo Echo.
Yeah. With quite a bit of health left, and Diana does come in, trying to get that level 6 gank now. Doesn't quite find anything.
Although now that I think Echo does have his Morello, it's going to be a lot harder for Tahm Kench to win those type of fights.
Mm-hmm.
Although he still does have a lot of MR stacked up.
Definitely.
They might decide to try and switch it up and have Jace go top to fight him. Because all he has is MR, Jace should be able to shred right through him.
Yeah, but even then there's still the gray health.
Well, yes, but even if he uses the gray health, then, like, he uses it as a shield, then that just means that Jace can back off and he'll be out that health itself.
Rek'Sai farm alarm.
Goodbye, Draven.
Draven just gets
defeated
by Vayne. My mouse doesn't end up moving, but we still gotta see some of that action.
I do not think that Draven was anticipating that much damage coming from Vayne.
Yeah, oh, Thresh is on the hook, but they don't have quite enough damage to go for it. So right now, Vayne does make Thresh have to flash. There is a TP coming in from Echo, though. They still want some blood. Oh, the sun does line up, but they're focusing a lot on Echo. He's forced to ult. Deathmark does get popped on him. Flashes over the wall. Zed does get the kill. And now Jace hops into the middle. 4 people. He gets his 1 kill, and he's forced to back off already before Zed can claim another. Right now, Rek'Sai, 2 sacks of silver bullets. And here comes Tahm Kench with a TP. Instantly gets knocked up. Thresh Hook does grab a minion. And Jace forced to run for his life, but know that it will be the end of it. Janna does get the last auto attack and claim the kill, though.
As opposed to the execute, yes. And she got blue buff off of it.
Oh, she did. Hey.
Blue buff Janna.
Howling Gales for days.
Yes.
Rek'Sai does lay in wait, though, but they're going to recall, so it'll be a waste of time.
Well, Dragon is up, so it looks like Blue Team Icebreakers shall be getting another Dragon. The deficit seems to have been shortened, but it's still a a small difference now. Even though Icebreakers are behind by a single kill, they are still ahead in gold by about 300. Mostly from Draven's passive, I'm pretty sure.
Definitely. Liga Draven really does give him a lot more gold than some might anticipate.
Diana with a needlessly large rod now. Echo having a blasting wand. Wonder if he's going for death cap. Still no tier 2 boots out from anybody except for the supports. Well, and Tahm Kench.
Echo is taking quite a bit of damage here from this Tahm Kench. Does get eaten, so the barrier doesn't go off. And here comes Diana. Forced to ult. He won't be able to get away, though, because he has an acquired case now. Diana does get the kill. She gets the reset. Rek'Sai will not be the next target.
He's just not able to deal with him now that Tahm Kench has a lot of health and that MR. Already a blue trinket coming out from Draven as well.
Vayne's still down on CS, though.
But she has equaled out the kills. And it has her first part of her power spike to play to the Ruined King.
That's true, and now she'll be able to chop down 3 tanks.
And there really is any. It's just Rek'Sai, but
Yeah. Well, Tanko could, or Tanko, Echo might, that'd be well. And my mouse needs to stop moving so I can freaking commentate.
468 crit onto Vayne. Already hurting. Just an IE.
Just an infinity. Yeah. But it synchronizes with him so well out of any AD carry.
Yep. Well, besides Ashe.
Yeah. Well, even then, because, yeah, Ashe goes off of it really, really well.
Well, the reason why Ashe's situation is special with the Infinity Edge is because of the fact that it raises her crit by 25%, as opposed to just the regular 20.
That's true. Sorry about that. Did my Skype crash? Hello?
No, you're still here.
All right, sweet. I was just making
You're
sure.
still with us.
I couldn't hear anything else for a second.
No, just taking in the game.
Just
It looks like they're trying to do something.
Yeah.
Bot and mid.
Some big plays coming here. Diana is here, so anything does go wrong. She is here for the counter game. She's focusing on Thresh already to 50%. And they do turn on her. Rek'Sai already has most of it, but Jackson does get the reset, pops the ult, wants to, does go off to get him extra health right now.
Goodbye, Vayne.
Gianna's just one hit away from dying. Zed very low as well, though.
If that axe would have crit Janna, then she would have been so
He
gone.
flashes forward, he gets the auto attack, he gets the damage. This is why you gotta ban that Draven, boys.
Because Draven does it all.
Draven does it all.
With style.
Diana trying to do something, gets hooked by the Thresh, Flay goes back, was forced to flash. The Thresh doesn't go off, but Rek'Sai does get the kill onto Diana now.
This is what they need to do since Tahm Kench did get ahead. And they need to put that pressure someplace else.
Vayne did get to condemn onto the wall, trying to kill him down, but not quite enough. Pops the Bork.
Oh, they missed the pink word.
No. Go back. So now, even though they're off 1 kill, they are also off 4K because of League of Draven. So where does this kind of put Icebreakers?
Well, judging by... Well, Draven just hard bought a static Shiv. Honestly, I would have gone straight for the Phantom Dancers instead of the Shiv, just because it gives him a better late game, more crit, but the Shiv still does have its major points, giving it, you know, a little bit more burst on that Shiv hit and a little bit more wave clear, which they need. But he was also able to get that Vampiric Scepter, which means that he's going to be getting his Bloodthirster next, most likely.
Jace does land the poke, and it does a good chunk of Vayne's health. And again, Echo just not faring well against his Tom Kench top lane. Guessing he does not be able to get into the barrier. Does get in about the last second, excuse me. He is now an acquired taste, though. Forced to flash. Honestly, you wanted to see the top lane matchup, and it seems like Tom Kench is just destroying.
Yeah, but on the other hand, where Echo is not winning that matchup, he is putting a lot of pressure on other lanes to help them out. And that's really helping in their favor, especially because Tom Kench isn't a mobile champion. His ultimate, yeah, his ultimate is, you know, a transporter, but if he isn't in range to transport, then what's the use?
Yeah.
Although it does look like he is coming down from the top lane now to try and flank behind everybody.
He's coming in, but they can see it now. Oh, Sanitide does not quite hit. Draven is now slowed. Zed focusing primarily on the Draven. He puts the death mark onto him. Zana uses the monster to try to heal any of her allies. She does get killed by the Echo. Draven gets killed onto the Diana, while Zed does kill Rek'Sai. Vayne now trying to focus on Thresh. She gets a condemn onto Jace. This could possibly be the end of Jace, but gets out of there.
So Echo teleported in to that fight. After he teleported in, he was almost instantly blown up and had a parallel Chrono shift. When he did, he was sent all the way back up into top lane. So now he's just split pushing top lane as a result. But Diana did come in. She went on to Draven to try and help Zed out, but wasn't able to really help.
Oh, Thresh lands it, play backwards, just get some extra damage, put the death mark onto Zed, possibly? No, my mistake, it was not. Draven does get the kill though. More money for the League of Dreams. Jace lands the poke, and on top of Draven's crit as well, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Completely destroying their health.
So one of the funniest builds I ever saw with Draven, which incidentally one-shot people, one-shot a Sivir, was Draven had Infinity Edge, a Last Whisper, a Yomu's Ghostblade, a Bloodthirster, and a last item Trinity Force. So he activated his Q and his Yomu's and threw the axe at a Sivir, and it crit and one-shot her.
Zoe. Diana, though, speaking of the lead, going for Echo, tries to get the Lantern. Bolton said, Draven putting down his ult, trying to save him. Vayne does come kill. Thresh now, next victim for Zed. The Ignite is taking down his life. Thresh does get the kill onto Zed. And now Vayne is on the hunt for blood. She gets a kill, excuse me. She gets a double kill. Draven's now down. This could be the rush for Baron.
Yes, it does look like that they are going to go for Baron. Rek'Sai, it looks like, was not even in that fight the entire time, so that was a 4v5 where Echo was caught without mana. Even though
Rek'Sai trying to distract them, even if only for a little bit, but Vayne can easily just make it go away. Are we going to see the Baron steal? Goes up, smites it early, gets the Baron!
Rek'Sai got the Baron. Oh my gosh, he might have just saved the game.
Now Echo gets up, gets Vayne. Now Diana, third clock, Thresh does claim the kill. Huge swing of goal for blue team.
Blue team was already ahead a massive amount of gold, and now they just got them even more. Because they have 5 towers around the map, and that's 3 dragons. The next dragon will be coming up in another minute and 50 seconds. So they could be pushing for a 5th dragon scenario in this game.
A huge disappointment for them because they didn't even lose much from it, only Rek'Sai's life. It was a 1-for-2 trade in Baron.
And the thing is, Rek'Sai was even at a disadvantage in that. Rek'Sai was at a disadvantage in that Baron steal attempt because Diana is a level above her.
Echo now trying to do something. Force the ult, just gets some help back. Zenzo trying to put a lot of damage. He does claim Echo's life. He ults out of the shadow. Davemon still gets a kill onto him. Zanya's coming in from Diana just to stay alive, but it will be to no avail, seeing as now Jace has a double kill. Davemon trying to redeem some of his earlier mistakes.
This could be the game right here. They have enough pushing power. And they have Baron. They have 2 cannons. Surprisingly, they're not going for the win right there. I guess the death timers are just a bit too short.
Well, they could just go for more objectives, I guess, if so.
Draven has a last whisper. He had a last whisper before he got his bloodthirster, so he most likely now definitely has his bloodthirster.
Yeah.
Or close to it. Probably the biggest problem that the red team has is they just don't have wave clear.
Well, they have the Vayne and the Tom Kench and the Zed, so...
Yeah, but they're all single. Everybody except for Zed is pretty much a single target.
Yeah.
And Tom Kench just isn't building any type of damage whatsoever. He didn't go for a Rod of Ages, so his W just won't do anything.
I don't think they would want to lose another one. The team does start to fight a little early, though. Jay's trying to put down some Rek'Sai still. Dragon does get turned by Red Team. Rek'Sai now forces to try and dash. Draximus does kill Zed. Jace does get... Janna, excuse me. Vayne does get Jace to Avenger support. TP force top lane because minions are starting to break up that base.
Yeah, Echo was pushing top that entire fight. He probably was teleporting in, but then canceled it when he saw the opportunity.
Echo goes in for the bear, trying to delete Diana. It's a 2v1 right now, but Draven is going to back him up. Diana does get a kill onto Echo, and Draven claims the kill. Never mind, Thresh just gives his ADK with little help.
Kill secured.
Yeah, kill, not kill. Stolen. It's just secure, right?
The 4-1 Thresh.
Yeah. Icebreaker hasn't lost a single turret.
I know. They're extremely far ahead with the gold on the map, but that also just means that if NATO can come back and push a lane and push a turret down, start pushing turrets down, they're going to get a lot of standing gold around the map. The problem is that just Icebreaker keeps grouping up.
Yeah.
And, you know, they don't have, like I said, the NATO does not have the wave clear for this match. Their only major wave clear is between Zed and Tom Kench and Diana. And Diana's Q doesn't kill a whole wave of minions.
Rek'Sai still trying to contest some buffs here. Does put the Jones stun onto Diana. They are all focused on
Oh, the flash hook.
Giving a kill. Davemon does get the kill. And now Tom Kench is at risk. Echo does get slow. He's trying to get that third auto. This is the revenge for all the times he lost in lane. Davemon gets the kill.
Just picking them off one by one.
And this is where it falls apart for NATO. That's the back. Oh, no, it wasn't. That's like, I thought they had forfeited. I was like, really?
No.
The way my camera had moved.
Yeah, it was just following Echo.
Yeah. So that is the inhibitor turret then. The inhib. No, just turret. Nope, lied. Double juke.
It was the inhibitor.
So what's going to be the ending terms, I guess, for Icebreaker?
They're probably just going to push out each turret since Baron is going to be coming back up in a minute and 15 seconds. They're going to try and push it out. I'm actually surprised that they aren't really trying to take bot lane tower. But they're probably going to try and start getting vision over the Baron area now. And once they do that, they're probably just going to take it and rush down bot lane. Since that's the only one that they need left to take. Which is kind of backwards in what you would normally want to do. I wonder what Tom Kench's crit animation is.
Take that.
Because he licks left and right.
Right. Maybe just a giant Lickitung kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Still a lot of standing gold here for NATO.
Yes. And there, NATO is 10,000 gold behind.
Rek'Sai initiating a fight. With Vayne. And Helen Gale
Wow.
just kind of dissuade them for anything.
Yeah, Vayne did condemn Rek'Sai out of there, and then Howling Gale ended up just interrupting them as they are getting set up to go for Baron right now.
The Draven here is going to be a pretty close Baron. They do start to pick up Janna. Threshook forces the flash.
So they're going to be taking out that top inhibitor and most likely rotating to the bot lane in order to just keep pounding on that last tower.
Yep. Red inhibitor drops so quickly. Jay still landing the poke does a lot of damage.
Well, he does have that double, or he does have a lot of damage himself. He has the Manamune completed, he has a Yomu's, he has an Infinity Edge, and he's working on a Bloodthirster or an Essence Reaver, most likely the Bloodthirster. You know, as much as people were hyped about the Essence Reaver, not a lot of people are actually using it.
Yeah. It's... You see it on Fiora a bit.
I mean, I used to use it on full lifesteal Fiora.
Oh, Echo was completely in short burst. Oh, let's get a flashback. Draven does get the kill on the dead. Gets a double kill. Gets it. Not a trip. Does get the trip kill. I lied. It's just a delayed one. Jace did kill Diana.
Well, no Penter for Draximus. On this game. This should be the finish. With Tom Kench the only one up.
It is the best trick, so we do have the next game for a Penta possible.
Yep, but Icebreaker is already very commanding so far this game. As they have been all series. Jace with the BM execution.
Yeah.
Game 1 passes on to Icebreakers.
Draven did 27,000 damage that game.
I have the next tournament code for you.
Sweet.
Oh, well, shit.
Ah, that's good. Copy pasta, bruh. Oh, wait. Don't want to copy paste the time. So what do you think? I think we'll definitely see that Draven ban this game.
I think Yes, I completely agree. I won't be surprised if they try and set up a 2v1.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be right back, actually.
All right. I will as well.
All right. Welcome back. We are just getting a little reorganized here.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I had to walk my dog really quick.
We ready to go?
I am.
All right, let's go. Let's bring on the next pick man base.
Spooky, scary skeletons. God fucking damn
And
it.
on your spot.
Wow. They must be part of a team. Have you noticed that?
Who? What?
Blood Moon Chain, Draximus, and Ramu are all in Diamond 3 Fizz Scout, so it must be part of their Fives team.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I have a friend that in season 3, he was bronze, and his division was called Teemo's Fists.
That's amazing.
Yes.
You know, maybe a little hint to look over, but Ramu's frequently played as Nocturne, although Riot's frequently played list is really not the most accurate at times. Oh, the name of your division's pretty good. It's Shogoth Shadow Dancers.
Yeah.
That's so lame. It's just Warwick's Marksman. It's like, you kidding me? Get me out of here.
Wait, what's yours?
Warwick's Marksman.
Oh.
It's just like...
I remember in Silver 4, I was in, what was it, Morgana's Scions in Season 4. And, before I was in Gold, I was in Sona's Pyromancers.
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
Trinimir's Sorcerers.
Gale's Fists. Not Teemo's, but Gale's.
Yes, I know. That's what reminded me of it. Why does Shaco need a blackguard?
Well, you know, you just gotta you gotta be ready for any event.
Yeah, but he's a joker that kills people.
True.
Yelp.
Yep. So I'm expecting that Draven ban.
Yep, I agree.
Well, they could pick Varus into it, which is one of the things that I love about Varus is that he so heavily counters Draven. It's not even funny.
Well, kind of.
Well, you have your Q that's so farther reach than anything he has, and you can tell where he's going to go by the axes. And then you have your E, and then your ult. Even though he can still auto attack you from there, you can still set it up.
True, but at the same exact time, I mean, like, you can say the same thing about getting like a Thresh pick, or even just like an AP pick for a support. You can get a Vel'Koz support actually does really, really well against a Draven because of his axes. You drop your E there.
Yeah.
Make him both miss his axe and knock him up. Set up your W and your Q. They banned Evelynn, Thresh, Viger, and Riven so far.
Not surprised to see that Riven ban.
And there's the Draven ban.
He does it all, folks. And then we see that Gangplank ban again.
Fiora is open.
That's true. We haven't seen Gangplank this whole tournament, and there's the Lulu. We could be seeing the hints of a Juggernaut comp.
Mm-hmm.
So Evelynn, I feel like that's a targeted ban.
I agree.
Because she's strong, but I don't think she's strong enough to where she has to be your very first ban.
Especially when she did just get nerfed this patch.
Mm-hmm.
Dab hovering that Lysandra, which would be very, very good to for the point and click lockdown. I did even mention Lysandra as a good pick for top lane against something like a Juggernaut comp. Now hovering Braum, also another very good pick.
Yeah, and there's the Echo again. You know, I feel like the Echo wasn't the most outgoing thing in that pick, but that's mostly because he did get pretty hecked up by The River King.
Tom Kench.
Yep. It's my subtle way of saying I completely forgot his name for a second. How could I forget unbench the clench?
It's okay, he's as memorable as Poppy and all of her abilities.
Oh yeah, all the abilities. See, we do see the Darius ever.
I think that most likely will end up getting locked in.
So I'm really interested to see what brand kind of locks into. Good point.
Is it the dream? It could be an AP Malphite mid.
So weird.
That would be the dream, the full AP Malphite mid.
We did see Malphite earlier today in our Worlds, so
Yes, but that was Malphite top.
that's true. It does mean that there can't be too much AD on the enemy team now, or else he'll scale way too easily. Although with that, though, it's kind of covered.
Tom Kench and Arise. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen much of Vlad.
Yeah? Why is that?
Because Vlad is absolutely fantastic in every aspect of the game. He's a lane bully, he has fantastic wave clear, he's great for split pushing, he's good for team fighting.
There's Alessandra.
Yep, and that point and click CC.
With the silver pick, that does mean that we probably won't be seeing the most hectic following from red team, purple team. Because silver's mostly utility AD carry.
But that does mean that they have a lot of wave clear.
Yeah. Which will help out because Icebreaker tends to siege a lot whenever they want to.
Mm-hmm.
NATO here still trying to figure out what they want to pick into silver.
I think in the end, probably they're going to be going for that Kog'Maw, or not. That's actually very, very surprising against this type of a team. Having a Lucian picked against a Braum and a Lissandra,
And
it's a very, very risky.
Yeah, I don't. It's just
That Fiora hover.
it's cringy. Yeah, the Fiora hover could be the dream team. So the Morgana can be mid or support, really.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be a Morgana support with the Lulu mid.
Well, she wouldn't go too bad into the Lissandra if she did go mid.
But she wouldn't be able
Lissandra
to.
will mid.
She wouldn't be able to trade as easily. Where Lulu can trade very, very a lot better.
That's fair, yeah.
And it's a
yeah,
Gnar lock-in.
That's pretty much what we're going to see, I feel, every time we see Darius. If Gnar's not banned, it's going to be Gnar into Darius every time.
And if Gnar is banned, we're going to see Riven. And if they're both banned, then, well, good luck.
You know, we haven't seen Mordekaiser use this whole tournament.
Well, it's because,
Or at least from what we've covered.
well, yes. But I'm pretty sure it's due to the fact of the changes to his W. And the way that Mordekaiser works in team play is very, very different. I mean, we haven't even seen Mordekaiser in Worlds, and he hasn't even been banned.
Mordekaiser was using Worlds today, I think, or yesterday.
Oh, I can't remember for myself.
Yeah, I was in Worlds.
Unless you're talking about the SKT game, but that shouldn't count. That was such a huge troll fest that SKT still completely dominated. Like,
So now we do get to kind of show what's up. We do
yep.
see Ghana with Ignite, and again Braum with Ignite.
Well, like
Really
I said
impressive
before,
supports.
a Braum against a Lucian, you're
Yeah.
not really going to need it.
So we do have the Echo Jungle again. Or, well, I say again, this time it's jungle instead of top lane.
Yes. And that's going to turn out to be a tank echo.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. Could go for the Super Glass Cannon AP build, but it'd probably be a lot more beneficial if they go tank.
Although, actually, against this team, the Glass Cannon AP build should be fine just because of the fact that they only have one tank.
Yeah.
And they want to do as much damage as possible. And because he's getting that jungle item, he'll be doing so much damage. Usually when I play Jungle Echo, granted, I don't have as much sustain because I'm not used to it. I'm usually a mid lane or AD carry main, but in solo queue I've been just playing Ribbon. And usually when I play Echo, I max E first, and it's just so much damage on people. It's absolutely insane when you get the Sheen item first time. Either it's Runeglaive or Lichbane. You just E, and there goes half of their health.
Yeah. Really interested to see how Darius goes this time around against him. Nara, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Well, Bad has already played this matchup earlier today, and he did extremely well in that matchup.
Mm-hmm. I think he was playing Darius last time around, yeah?
I don't think so. I think Darius has won every single matchup, or lost every single matchup today so far.
My tears fully stacked. Cry every time. So
yes, that's right, because he had the Gnar ultimate in for the
yeah.
team.
Mm-hmm.
He did the flash in the really good flash and Gnar ult.
Mm-hmm. So popularity of mid TP is definitely on the rise.
Well,
Okay.
part of the reason for the mid TP is just for what it is used for. In this situation, Lulu is pretty much just going to be trying to get as much AP as possible and poke people down as much as possible to land an ult to protect Lucian. This is still a protect the AD carry comp. Because they have the double shields. They have the spell shield, the Lulu ultimate, and Lulu shield. So the goal is to pretty much just get 40% CDR and as much AP as possible. So she wants to have TP so she can clear a wave and then come down. Because that's what they were also missing out on last time, was the wave clear. But now this time, they have a lot more wave clear with the Lulu, and it's going to benefit them a lot more, I think. Whereas, other times you see it, I know Worlds last year you saw double TP with a Diana in mid, because you wanted it for the split push. You had Diana split pushing as well. And now you're seeing it more again on the rise because of the farm with Vigor specifically. You usually get it on champions that either A, have the ability to 100 to 0 on their own, or B, don't want to get close enough to ignite people. So here we are for the second match in the best of 3 of the finals. And this time we have Icebreakers on the red side and NATO on the blue side.
Yeah, and I feel like Lucian's probably going to have a little bit of a rough time going against his bot lane again.
I completely agree.
Darius, a little caught out there.
So it looks like they're doing their same usual strategy, except for this time they're just doing on the other side of the jungle.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So many pings coming out.
Like pings are real. Oh, they did counter invade, or maybe thought to, but just words.
They don't have information that they left. Oh, they know that they didn't left because they have that ward there.
Minions have spawned.
So it is just a full-on invade. And they are doing a... Icebreakers are doing a lane swap, it seems.
Who will this benefit more, you think?
Oh, it's definitely going to be benefiting Icebreakers more. Darius can't really deal with the 2v1 against range where Gnar is ranged, so he can deal with it easily. It's going to set Darius much, much further behind. Especially with the incoming aggression in hiding in the bush.
So, Malphite jungle, pros, cons. Actually, no. Yeah.
He has good wave clear, and his ganks are good when he hits 6. Cons, he doesn't have sustain, or a lot of sustain, and his damage is low. I mean, he does have the AoE on his attacks, but, like, it costs a lot of mana. The base damages are still kind of low.
Lysandra doing a lot of damage to Lulu early.
Yep. They might actually go for the 4-man top lane. It does look like they are. It looks like they're trying to do what we saw in Season 3 with Cloud9 when they pulled the lane swap.
Malphite's here. They're trying to answer this, but it's only a 3v4 and 3v1 or 0 versus a 4v0.
Yep. Darius is really getting caught behind. Gnar's already level 2.
Yeah.
And they are definitely going to get this tower. Whereas on the bot lane, they're probably not going to get this tower right away. Yep,
Yeah,
they
'cause
still
the
haven't
wave's
even
up
gotten the tower yet. Because they didn't freeze the wave.
It does seem like it did take a little bit more time for...
And Darius is all the way in the bot lane, waiting to get red with Malphite.
It does seem like both teams will get that turret in the end, but it definitely took NATO a lot longer.
Well, NATO, it seems like they also have themselves set up, so the lane is somewhat frozen. And it looks like that they're planning to try and get a very early dragon as a result of being a little behind. I wonder if it's going to turn out well.
I think it should be fine. There's no real... Like, NATO's has a better position right now to do it. And they're 3v... They're 5. They have every man on it right now. Kind of a death for Dragon, really, this early on. When you're needing it this early with that many people, you're using a lot of resources, I feel.
Well, yes. But at the same exact time, I guess the timing was just right because all of the other lanes were pretty much pushed except for mid.
Yeah.
So lanes have swapped back to what they are. Gnar with a very huge lead ahead.
Definitely.
And it seems like he has the lane frozen up at top, too. Oh no, they are doing the lane swap. They are continuing the lane swap.
Yep. Darius forced to just get the scraps of what Malphite left behind. This is going to be a rough game for Easy. I guess you could say it'll be hard for Easy. Malphite trying to stop him, but his armor won't do anything to an AP.
I don't know. Honestly, you could have just said it won't be easy for him.
Yeah. Lupus would be disappointed in me. Darius
But
taking a good shot.
but I mean, you see what I mean? Darius can't really do anything about that.
Yeah. Repeatedly being forced to go to the farthest part of the zone. So,
Looks like they're gonna dive.
They have the minions for the suit. They can juggle it properly. Sivir does get hit up a little bit. Morgana's gonna have to be the switch of the target, and I don't think they will get anything out of it. Lissandra here, though, they really want to get something out of this. Frozen
Oh.
to Morgana, and this will be a kill for Echo. First blood getting over to him easily. Nar, meanwhile, top lane, trying to get that third passive onto him. Lucian having something to say. Malphite here to help him out, though. One auto attack away could give him this. This just shows Yorlbad's skill when it comes to Nar. Does get the kill onto... Yeah, he still gets the kill onto...
Even trade.
1-for-1.
And both flashes were burned. The heal also burned from culling.
Yeah.
Not to mention, in flash from Bran was also used in order to try and get to Nar. Nar already having Ninja Tabi boots.
That was all just for the first kill, too.
Yep.
So would you say that's an overcommitment, or that it will it pay off for them?
I don't think it really will pay off for them, because if you go back and look at it, Nar is just going to freeze it again. Malphite wasn't able to push the lane hard enough, so it will end up being a freeze again for Nar.
Sivir, again, Starship's what I thought she would. Lissandra trying to protect her ADK now.
Sandra already level 6, having blue buff, almost at a Morello.
Nar having almost 2 times more than Darius, CS-wise.
He had 3 times more just a minute ago because bot lane was just so pushed up. He was able to get a lot more. All in all, the gold is still rather close.
Yeah. What? It's about a 1.9. Maybe
It's almost a 2k gold lead.
Definitely.
If they get that turret, it'll be close. Oh, Nar already chunking Lucian down bit by bit. Just forced to go there to the side.
Darius is starting to catch up on CS now, but he's still a gold or a kill down.
Yes. Nar also already has Ninja Tabi boots.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't even rush it. He went for a boot rush.
Probably because he was planning on being matched up against Lucian the entire time.
Yeah.
But you see, that Lulu's wave clear is very, very necessary for this game. It looks like already.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A lot of damage coming out from Lulu, too.
She's one of the only laners that have actually been able to keep up with her enemy laner.
Yes. Well, I mean, she while Lissandra is roaming, Lulu is able to basically just do what she pleases.
Yeah. Little Mundo. Nar puts him into the wall, but there's no follow-up. Lucian with the spell shot will be kind of wrong to do anything too.
I think he was just kind of trying to burn a summoner of some type.
Definitely. Braun does find a little bit, but his ward does get taken out. Tries to do the sneaky beefy steal, but he was sitting on top of the ward.
Realm's like, let me take that. Malphite's like, nah, thanks for the assist. I don't do damage.
So, we're taking a look around the map, and even though there's only 1 kill for Red Team, Icebreaker, excuse me.
2
They
kills
do
for
have a
Icebreaker.
Well, yeah, one kill advantage though. They still have a lot
Yeah.
of turrets, so I think that's kind of what's going to carry them into this game.
Darius does have TP as well.
Echo goes in, gets his stun onto him, still immune, so he does prevent that blind. He gets super low, and Lucian claims the kill onto Echo. Now he's trying to go into Lissandra. Lissandra claws over the wall.
Yeah, Echo got locked up by that Morg binding, so he was not able to use his Chrono Shift to get himself out of that situation.
And this could possibly be second dragon for Nada.
They can't really contest it without a smite, and you know, everybody else is still too healthy.
Yeah. So is this sort of a slow comeback from Nada?
I
Not
don't
that
think
so
it's
much
so
of a
much.
deficit.
I don't think it's so much a comeback. I think it's just more along the lines of we're still here, we're still in this game. You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't. I wouldn't even call it like a huge lead
Yeah.
that Icebreaker has. It's still kind of a very even match, especially when you just look at towers.
Kind of a low kill game considering. Normally there's a lot of intensity between Icebreaker because they try to bulldoze down early. But so far it's been kind of paced.
I think it's because they've gotten used to the style, so they have reactionary measures to
Well,
counteract.
I feel it's also because Sivir's not exactly this super intense AD carry. She's a utility AD carry, really.
Well, yeah, but the fact is she still has the best wave clear out of all the AD carries in the game. Unless you count a Lucian ult, or, you
I
know,
was gonna say, Culling uses the Culling to freaking get the whole wave.
that's a mouthful. Culling uses the culling.
Yeah,
To
it's
cull
so
the
much easier to say
wave.
Just like, Lucian ults, there's the wave. Nar still trying to split push top. So what are the next couple of steps for these teams to try and get an edge over one another and stop this stalemate?
It really just depends on the team fight, you know. This mid tower is slowly going down, so they might try and make a play off of that mid tower going down while Darius is all the way up in bot or down in bot lane. Top is getting pushed in by the minion waves as well, so I just noticed they have 3 boomerangs all on the same team.
Yeah. This is gonna be mid lane going down slowly but surely. Lucian though is trying to do something. Malphite gets the ult on L2, but Echo's still on fire. He's still trying to put some damage. Now they're calling. Darius, meanwhile, is in the meat of it. Frozen Tomb does go onto him. A lot of AoE damage done onto the rest of the team. Darius ults, but you know that gets the kill onto easy. Morgana doesn't.
Malphite is oomed.
Double kill. Mega knocks out. Lucian's down the target here. Gets stunned up. That's going to be the end of his life. Rami was the killer.
Malphite was right after he ulted. He should not have initiated that fight. Not to mention the targets he initiated it onto were both Gnar and Echo. Both have leaps to get out of there and are pretty tanky as it is.
Ball lane a bit pushed out though.
I don't think it will take the tower at this point in the game. If anything, Gnar is just going to go down there and free farm more. Meanwhile, Draximus going up to re-push top out.
So even though, oh, I see. Lucian has 3 kills, so even though he has a very slight CS deficit, it's gonna be recovered pretty easily.
Yeah, but Sivir has
Actually,
4
Lucian's
assists.
the only one who has kills on his team.
Yes,
Is that
which is what
bad
they
for this
need.
team?
That's what they want and need as their team. It's a protect the 80 carry comp, so it is exactly what they need to do and want to do to begin with. I'm just kind of surprised that they're not trying to match the Darius up against the Gnar. Well, especially now. I mean, Gnar has a Syrinx gauge, so. Oh, he missed the boomerang.
Yeah. Although they find a word of their own, word for word.
Oh, 2 wards.
Echo's trying to get a little caught up. Little hustle here.
It's okay, he's tanky enough.
Good thank you. So
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Oh, they got another pink ward.
Hey.
They got that pink ward twice. But no, that was kind of surprising. They gave the red buff over to Malphite instead of giving it to Lucian.
Yeah. At this point, it might have been for the gold.
As far as impacts of a jungler, I really think that
Oh, Frozen Team goes on to a fairy and she gets deleted. Meganar just Nars out to try and get something. Which honestly wasn't the wrong thing to do because it was just it was a proactive kind of play, which I like. Honestly, he was maybe half a second away from getting 2 stuns.
Yeah. Well, probably 1 because Morgana's shield still hadn't been used.
Yeah. TP coming in from behind the team, they're gonna look for a flank here. Lulu, I forget if she has TP, trying to get something. Nicole goes onto Lysandra and she has most of the health. Malphite does a big shot, easy gets the ult kill. Now Gnar out. Gnar, Meganar's out. He's gonna be the double kill. Darius is here for blood.
Ooh.
Spell shield too spicy.
Looks like that's going to be the 3rd dragon now.
At this rate, would you say Dragon 5 is a realistic goal?
Yes, it really is. I mean, it's about 18 minutes in and they're going to have their 3rd dragon. That just means that in another 12 minutes, the next dragon. So 30-minute 5th dragon, roughly.
Yeah. There's a lot of words here. Not a lot, but definitely some decent vision coming in. The Biophage Darius. So what are the next couple steps for this team?
Well, honestly, I just think that if NATO can continue doing what they're doing, not giving up very many kills when they lose objectives, because they are going to lose objectives. I mean, their team is not good. It's not nearly as good against the Siege. You know, they have 2 major forms of wave clear, whereas on the other side of things, they have 4 major forms of wave clear. So.
Yeah. A hardened blaze. Honestly, it's still a pretty close game. Even if the team fight that NATO just won.
Well, it's those team fights that are keeping NATO in the game, but the problem is they're just not getting towers. They're not getting the other objectives from it.
Yeah, Gnar's split pushing bot lane.
Malphite looks like he's going to be going for a locket, which I don't know is the right choice. I'm actually quite surprised to see people are not going for Righteous Glories anymore. It used to be the first item supports would rush all of the time. Or even some junglers like Gragas. Actually kind of surprised we haven't seen a Gragas yet in this tournament.
Yeah, Gragas is a really strong jungler.
Not only has good sustain, he has good ganking capabilities. He has good dueling capabilities.
Yeah. Honestly, I was expecting a Fiora as well. So, really kind of small stalemate here over action. And Service Wave Clear will make this tower really hard to hit, I guess.
Oh, here we go.
His engage pops on the hunt. Malphite's really taking damage. This shouldn't be the first target. Losing pops the ult onto him, making him even more survivable.
He only hits the ult on Braum.
Get something. Darius tries to kill. Service does kill Lulu. Lysandra kills Legion. Darius trying to get something, but he goes down. That's a 4-for-1 trade.
Malphite's ult only landed onto Braum in that fight. It missed everybody else.
That's not the kind of fight they want. They were stuck in close corners.
And look at Gnar's health. He didn't even lose any little bit of it.
Nor did Silver.
Yep.
Oh! Baron has no mercy.
I think that was Draximus's fault. That's foul play.
Baron is siding with NATO.
They need to get out of there quick. I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised nobody else came to try and contest it except for Morgana.
Yeah. Well, they've just jumped up to about a 6K gold lead.
Yep. Aw, that Q. And she got a second pink word. Woo!
Whoa, 30 more gold. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, and a turret, so that just lowered the deficit by quite a bit.
Yeah.
But still, the threat is very real for a 5th dragon scenario, and it looks like they're already getting prepped for it.
Yeah.
Trying to catch Gnar out.
Gnar just hops out of there. He is slow. He's about to go Mega Gnar, though. Give him the health back. Tries to get some sort of orb, but only hits about 2 people.
But here comes the rest of the team.
Here comes the Brahma. Lulu does get the knockup, but he's focusing really heavy onto his knockout again. Ramu is the one who kills Morgana, though. Lasandra starting to put on damage. Darius gets destroyed. And now Lucian's the next victim. Gnar has a double kill. Lasandra kills Lulu.
That was a 4v5. That was a 4v5. And that was a 5-for-1. A 4v5, 5-for-1 scenario. And now they're doing a 1-3.
Yeah.
And the original target that they went for, Gnar, is still alive through the entire fight. I don't think that they're really calling who they're supposed to be going for in these fights. I saw Darius focus on Echo, and then he switched, or he went for Gnar, and then he went for Echo, and then he went for Lissandra, and then he just disappeared.
One thing I don't like from these team fights coming from the Icebreaker is that they keep focusing the Malphite.
Well, they're trying to have everybody blow everything on the Malphite.
Yeah.
And after that happens, then he just gets out of there.
So I see.
Yeah, he keeps trying to get out of there. You also got to think about it. Malphite's the only major form of CC, and he's also giving them that MR aura.
Yeah. This could be the small shatter of the Dragon 5 dream. Morgana tries to stun it. Gnar hops over the wall. Mini Gnar's out just in time. Nope. Realized that was actually...
He was polymorphed.
Yep. Lulu being Lulu.
I don't know. At this point, I feel like his name is just BM.
Lay BM. Lucian trying to get something. Still does a lot of damage. He does get popped. Almost gets Braum.
I think he was trying to bait and didn't realize where he was going.
Echo though now trying to fight Lucian. They're completely underestimating how much damage Lucian does. Malphite does hit off the 80 carry. Echo just to try and stay alive. Broken Team does go on to Lulu. She's going to be killed indeed. Silver does get Lulu, but Lucian does get Echo. Now Malphite's in focus. Davemon does get Malphite. That's a 1-for-2 trade again in favor of NATO, or not NATO, excuse me. Icebreaker. Now Darius caught out all alone.
1-for-3.
Draximus just getting more and more fed. Pops on the hunt. They are looking for blood. Not trying to do something special. Braum, oh, misses.
Bye, Braum.
He does get the kill onto Braum. Too greedy.
Just a little bit too greedy.
Icebreaker did stop the Dragon 5 Dream for a while.
Yep.
CLGBB.
So the major thing that it seems to be really helping them is the fact that Lucian is actually doing a very good job of being able to carry the team so far. Most of the kills are all on Lucian, but the main problem is they're just stacking armor against him.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens with these protect the AD comps. If nobody else gets fed, then it's easy to say, oh, well, he's the one that does the most damage to build AD. And it knocks down Darius, too.
Yes. Well, the major thing about Darius is he already has a cleaver. He has armor pen on his E as well. Just passive armor pen from his E.
Yeah.
And then he also, his ult does true damage. So stacking armor against Darius isn't really the best thing to do. You want to stack health against him as if you were building against a mage.
Mm-hmm. And so everything kind of quiet for now. They are standing on top of a ward, though. So, and it helps if a flank will really be destroyed. Nar is still going for it, though. Does get the Banshee, though.
Oh my gosh.
Lucian.
He doesn't have a Banshee.
Nar does.
Oh, yeah, he's had that one. I thought you were talking about Nar got Lucian's Banshee's Veil.
Oh, no. Nar
Oh!
got a whip to ult. Great play.
Bye!
Have a great time.
Bye!
Hit and run, now they're out of there.
Baron in another 35 seconds. Kind of surprising that they're heading towards bot lane. Or are they just trying to rotate and grab the turrets so they can set up for Baron?
Uh-huh.
Nar's just like, I'm going to be a bully.
Little survivable, does get stunned at live run shot the ults to try and get and he does get a little bit of the team. Frozen Tomb does go on to under the buckle booth. Darius trying to get some action going on, but he just gets deleted. Double kill for Silver. And that's gonna be lots around. Lissandra still wanting more. She goes way too in. Doesn't get much. Lissandra does get stunned, just gets destroyed.
Cool! Oh!
Lissandra stays too long.
That might be the game, though.
It could be the game. If you focus it right, though. And it is.
And that's the surrender at 29 minutes. And there we are. That is it. Your winners for this tournament are the Icebreaker Sours. Congratulations to the winners.
Who would say MVP goes to?
Personally, I would either say it would be Ramu or You Are All Bad. Because You Are All Bad pretty much carried the game from top lane either by roaming or by going through and helping each of the other lanes.
Yeah, I'd say out of even the whole series, just You Are All Bad really did a whole lot. Even throughout the whole tournament, not even just this series, but throughout the whole tournament.
Yep, I completely agree. He's been, like, he solo carried a game as Riven, essentially. He helped carry the team as Gnar. He helped carry them through the mid game. He, I mean, the only other person I can think of that was so impactful was Ramu, with his capability to just keep up the pressure on all points of the map.
Definitely. All right, well, that does conclude our open tournament. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Yep, thank you for watching. This is Shadow.
I'm Jupiter Alter.
And we'll see you guys next time. Have a great one.